The Sibyls, the first prophetesses of Mami Wata, the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church. Mama Zogbe, Vivian Hunter Hindru, Master's Education. Chief Hunan, Amengazi. African women are the only women in the world whose ancient mothers were not born under the yoke of patriarchy. During ancient times, for the first 6,000 years, Africa was ruled by a powerful order of matriarchs. Considering the current status of African women around the world today, one could hardly be convinced that her matriarchal presence and the enormous influence she wielded in the ancient world had far exceeded the limited physical, cultural, and geographical and political designations of which Africa and her religions are confined today. During her reign, African religions had reached very high levels of theological and ritual development and were the original spiritual home of the world's first great oracles, prophetesses, and prophets. Under the rising tide of African patriarchy, the sacerdotal order of Sibyls were sold as slaves to build and work the powerful oracles they established in ancient Greece, Rome, Turkey, and Babylon. What is now currently the Holy Seat of the Vatican in Italy was originally the sacerdotal seat of these ancient Black Sibyl Queen Mothers. Centuries before Christ, they were known to heal the sick, restore dignity and strength to the weak, and restore sight to the blind. They were famous for curing lameness, epileptics, deaf mutes, and lepers. They were said to cast out demons and even to raise up the dead. Their prophecies were the oldest and most authentic in the world. They were the basis for Greek and Roman tragedies and plays. More astonishing, their prophetic books were later collected by the Roman authorities, who needed a Western theological foundation in order to compete with the powerful Levitical Jews. These Sibyl prophecies soon became the sole and undisputed precursor to the Western Christian Bible. As the first established sacerdotal African matriarchs, the Sibyls' cultural and religious impact was arguably the most profound on ancient civilization than modern history has ever revealed or cares to admit. From Mesopotamia to Libya, Mizoram, Kemet, Egypt, Ionia, Minoa, Peloponnese, Turkey, and Mycenae, Greece, and later Rome, the Sibyls were the primary divine Vatican and absolute moral authority. The absence of African women's contribution in world history as major economic, political, and spiritual players, as opposed to exceptions to the norm, or mere appendages of great men, has been problematic and disturbing at best. For the first time, her real story is being unearthed, revealed, and told. In its telling, many shocking revelations that remained hidden for more than 2,000 years will finally be told. This booklet is part of a series towards the reclamation of the religious heritage of the Diaspora Project. Mami Wata Healers Society of North America, Inc., Martinez, Georgia. Copyright, second printing, 2020. Vatican. Divining serpent, derived from vatis, diviner, and kan, serpent. Vatican City and St. Peter's Basilica were built on the ancient pagan site called Vaticanus Mons or Vaticanus Colli, which means hill or mountain of prophecy. Hebrew definition. Vatic. 1. Vatis, vats, a seer, prophet, soothsayer, diviner, divination. 2. Soothsayer, to act covertly, to use hidden arts, i.e. magic, to practice sorceries, mysteries. 3. Diviner means witchcraft, tell fortunes, fortune teller, bewitch, to consult a spirit of the dead, to practice magic. Source. What does the word Vatican mean? The Vatican enforces the will of the gods. The divining serpent has the whole world deceived. Aphrasy. Tabla 3. Cyrenaici civitats. Acabis. Aramentis. Oritina. Alibaca. Achille. Barsi. Charekla. Silida. Senopolis. Darnus, Hydra, Marabina, Phalacra, Thintis, Zenithras, Marmarisi, and Aegypti, Civitats, Abathuba, Alo, Acatharum, Acoris, Antinoi, Abios, Azices, Panchyrus, Bila, Bibliophorium, Banshees, Butos, Caphium, Climax, Kabafa, Ko, Chubis, Diaphorum, Gaphora, Hiera, Hermopolis, Halmire, Lucini, Lycopolis, Leucoi, Latone, Menelaus, Mafuchus, Mafadalis, Migo, Mazasila, Nemaphium, Nisij, Oaflis, Anupis, Onij, Ombi, Ozyrinchos, Panopolis, Padonia, Facufa, Saragina, Scope, Syrupum, Scythus, Sias, Tacophoris, Tacorpha, Tifachi, Tuchitora, Tintira, Zoxes. Munster's Geographica, 1540 edition map showing the real ancient Babylon, located in southern Egypt. Babylon in Egypt has now been removed from modern maps. Munster, a linguist and mathematician who initially taught Hebrew in Heidelberg, is generally regarded as one of the three most important map makers of the 16th century. Justin tells the Greeks that they may find the true religion in the ancient Babylonian Sibyl, who came to Cuma and there gave her oracles, which Plato admired as divine. Clemens Romanus also quotes the Sibyls in his epistle to the Corinthians. They are also quoted by Theophilus, Antiochus, Athenagoras, Firmianus, Lactantius, Eusebius, St. Augustine, and Floyers. Jeffrey Higgins, Anacalypsis. Number 64, African Sibyl. It is not surprising that the Sicilian terracottas, which we have seen, embrace so large a field of Oriental, East African, Egyptian, Greek, and Roman mythology, should also contain illustrations of oracular beings and virgin pagan prophetesses, who played an important part in the rise of Christianity, whose books were largely used by the ancient fathers of the Church against the pagans, and whose prophecies did not fall before the light of a new religion for nearly 4 centuries after the advent of Jesus. Barker, William Burckhardt. Forward. Thinking outside the Western patriarchal box. The idea that African religious traditions, ritual practices, social customs, divine prophecy, and fundamental beliefs once dominated both the secular and non-secular world in ancient times seems hard to imagine. Even more, the notion that African women, the oldest human beings on the planet, laid the theological foundation for Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam under the auspices of the Black matriarchs seems even more incredible. Considering the current status of African women around the world, one could hardly be convinced that her matriarchal presence and the enormous influence she wielded in the ancient world had far exceeded the limited physical, cultural, geographical, and political designations of which Africa and her religions are confined today. One could hardly imagine, too, that African religions had reached very high levels of theological and ritual development, and that they were the original home of the world's first great oracles, prophetess, and prophets. The absence of African women in world history as major players, as opposed to exceptions to the norm or mere appendages of great men, has been problematic and disturbing at best. For the first time, her story is being unearthed, revealed, and told. The first prophets of Mami Wata were African women. They were called Sibyls, meaning they were Mami Wata priestesses and priest of the Oannes. The more advanced of this matriarchal divine order are known as Amengazis in West Africa today. They can call up the dead and even the souls of the living. They were the ancient oracle used in ancient Greece, Rome, and Babylon. Their prophecies are the oldest in the world. It is through the divine blood of these Sibyl priestesses that the patriarchal kingships of the pharaohs, the Hebrew prophets, and the Chaldean priest were born. The Great Sibyls, divine oracles of the ancestors and God. Webster's dictionary defines a Sibyl as a female prophet, or a woman able to utter the oracles and prophecies of a god, or a woman who can foretell the future. Conversely, under the bitter Hebrew patriarchs, the Sibyls are condemned in their Bible as Bahalath Ab, meaning evil serpent, spirit, or mistress of the python. Sibyl, black doves, original Holy Spirit. Universally known as the Black Doves, the Sibyls referred to themselves as Sisters of Isis, and sometimes Prophetesses of the Black Diana. The doves symbolize the sacred soul, or Holy Spirit, an Afro-mystical symbol later adopted by the Christians. It was the Sibyls' matriarchal groups who settled at Asia Minor, ancient Turkey, and installed Mami's worship, more than 2,500 years before the Doric, Greek, and Turk invasions. Mami, whom they knew as Laocoon with her serpents, was known as the manifestation of the divine Logos, with holy temples scattered all throughout Asia Minor, Cushitic Mitanni Empire, and in Manoa and Mycenae, Aegean Islands. Archaeological pottery shards date the black descendants of the Libyan Garamantes, present-day Iwe, Evye, Aladas, Gadangbe, and other African clans who had settled into ancient Babylon and elsewhere before the flood, to have arrived in Manoa, Ionia, as early as 4000 BCE. Hailed as one of the seven wonders of the world, these sacred temples were maintained by the Sibyls and a contingent of Vestal virgin, priestesses, and eunuchs. Vatican, original sacerdotal seat of Sibyls. Africans, Black Buddhists, Umbrians, and Black Etruscans, etc., erected civilizations in what is now Italy, thousands of years before the Anglo-Romans arrived. What is now called the seat of the Vatican in Italy was originally the sacerdotal seat of the ancient Black Sibyls. As the first established sacerdotal African matriarchs, the Sibyls' cultural and religious impact was arguably the most profound on ancient civilization than modern history has ever revealed or cares to admit. From Mesopotamia to Libya, Mizoram, Kemet, Egypt, Ionia, Minoa, Peloponnese, Turkey, and Mycenae, Greece, and later Rome, the Sibyls were the primary divine Vatican and absolute moral authority. For centuries, the Grecian islands at Delos, Dodona, Delphi, and the Temple of Mami in ancient Libya were the ecclesiastical and moral hub of religious, social, and international political activity. It was under the theocratic governance of the Sibyls as queen mothers that African matriarchal culture reached its golden age of achievement in medicine, religion, astronomy, philosophy, law, architecture, music, art, and social sophistication. Sibyls, heal sick, raise dead, long before Christ. As the sole spiritual authority in the ancient world, the Sibyls were famous for uttering warnings and admonitions to the villages, cities, and ancient kingdoms, including their leaders, prophesying their doom or fulfilling their hopes and restoring lost glory. They'd right moral wrongs and punish offenders of the divine law. Centuries before Christ, they were known to heal the sick, restore dignity and strength to the weak, and sight to the blind. They were famous for curing lameness, epileptics, deaf, mutes, and lepers. They were said to cast out demons and even to raise up the dead. This last reference is probably meant to call up and materialize the spirit of a dead person. For example, the Sibyl named Hierophile, residing in Cumaean, Rome, was famed for calling up the spirit of the Apostle Samuel from the dead. Sibyls, divine oracle basis for Western Bible. However, the Sibyls' most significant contributions were their famous oracles, containing the divine prophecies that they would utter in trance possession. These prophecies would be carefully written down by their assistants and compiled into books. These prophetic prose were the basis for Greek and Roman tragedies and plays. These prophetic books were later collected by the Roman authorities and soon became the sole and undisputed precursor to the Western Christian Bible, and would later lay the ecclesiastical foundation of Western civilization. Over the millenniums, other Sibyl prophecies, oracles, and revelations were systematically retrieved and purchased, stolen, or haphazardly collected by various means, all throughout the ancient world where their temples existed. It was these books that would later be plagiarized, revised, or altered and compiled into one holy book, known as the Sibylline Oracles. They would later become the center of the bitter doctrinal or heresy wars between the warring Levitical Jews and the emerging Roman Vatican authority. As the African matriarchal power began to decline and her colonies taken over by foreign conquerors, it was the thrones and sacerdotal power and prophecies of the Sibyls that were stolen from them by the emerging Roman Church. Their religions were later labeled as pagan heathen under a now racialist Roman authority. The emerging Roman Church, in their ignorance and ambition, acquired and doctored the Levite Jews' corrupted versions of the Sibyl prophecies until one could hardly distinguish one forgery from the other. Some of these prophetic books were used by the Vatican to compile what is known today as the Judeo-Christian Bible, crediting their authorship to conspicuous Roman and other male prophets. Those books for which it was hard to conceal their African matriarchal origins were simply destroyed or relegated to heresy. Gender of God, originally feminine. The gender of God was later changed from feminine to masculine. Originally, within each prophetic verse, it is claimed that the Sibyls made praises to Mami as Our Lady and proclaimed that she was greater than any other god in the world. Roman Senator Cicero, the orator, writes that the last three books of the Sibyl Herophile were deliberately burned in a fire by the Roman governor, Stilicon the tyrant. Stilicon was eternally hated by all of Rome for this sacrilegious act, which prompted a universal reaction from poets, scholars, and musicians alike. So worshipped was this Sibyl of Cumaea that she was immortalized by all of Rome in one of her appellations, Europa, for which Europe is allegedly named. Sibyls groups, original persecuted ones. It was the African traditional religionist groups, and not the so-called Christians, who were the actual ones persecuted and finally enslaved. It was the Sibyl's style of prophecy and magic that would later be imitated by a militant faction from these patriarchal, Levitical groups from whom, envious of her global positioning, rebelled the divine matriarchal orders and seized the temples and overthrew their priestesshood. In their jealousy, hatred, and rebellion of her divine authority, the Levitical Jews elevated their original minor deity, Jehovah, as an insult to her. Together, Jehovah and his patriarchal clan usurped her sacerdotal and secular power, and from that moment on, they have worn it as their own. Millions of her people were murdered or enslaved, and millions scattered to the four winds, all across the world. The historical evidence shows that it was these groups, and not the Christians, who were the actual ones persecuted and finally enslaved. The New Testament is actually a historical chronicle of the final destruction of all the remnants of the African matriarchal authority. Books that were politically and not divinely inspired, which is why the Levitical Jews, enemies of the Roman Church, refused to recognize them as authentic. Sibyl traditions live on in West Africa. The history of the Sibyls is not entirely dead. In West Africa, there lives a matriarchal order of women who call up the dead. Many lineages of these women were also sold into slavery in America. Many Black women are born not knowing that their suffering stems from their disconnection with their ancient rights and spiritual duty to continue the work of their ancient mothers. The suppression of the ancient history of the African matriarchs and their contributions to world religion, magic, spirituality, and prophecy is one of the greatest cover-ups and divine tragedies in human history. This author remains convinced that until this history is restored and African women are accorded their rightful place in the world, there will probably never be any peace. Mama Zogbe, Chief Hunun, Amengazi, Mami Wata, Mama Chamba, Yeve Vodun, Religion. The Sibyls, the first prophetess of Mami. demystifying the absence of the African ancestress as the first divine prophetess on earth. Figure 1. Above is a medieval Roman catacomb illustrating a Mami, Sibyl priestess, Amengazi, reposed against the sacred ark, Omfe, ancestral oracle. It is topped with an agbandoto, first fruits offering to Mami. The Omfe is laced with a garland of mistletoe, sacred to the African thunder god Zeus, Asclepius, Dionysus, Bacchus. Resting in her hand is Asclepius, the African ancestral oracular serpent. Emanating around her head is the golden nimbus halo, a pre-Christian solar symbol representing her muse or avatar status. The divine word, Rada, muse, masculine Moses, is the exact same equivalent as Messiah, Savior, meaning bearers of divine truth and light. Additionally, the word mago is the feminine counterpart to the masculine word magi, meaning masters of divine spirit and esoteric knowledge. The use of mermaid imagery in the Mami Wata Vodun tradition has been a dominant feature since the beginning of time. The oldest representations of Isis, Mami, Atargatis, Awusa, Densu, Ishtar were that of a serpent, fish, and mermaid. During ancient times, African and Afro-Elamite matriarchal religions reached high levels of civilization, and its architecture, sacerdotal rites, elaborate vestments, and orgiastic possessions, celebrations covered the entire ancient world. They dominated the religious, political, and popular cultures of colonial and classical Greece and Rome. The prophecies and wisdom of the Sibyls and other African esoteric priesthoods were central to Christianity's ecclesiastical development and Levitical Judaism's survival. After the militaristic defeat and decline of African patriarchal world hegemony, the Roman Church began to emerge as an imperialist, inquisitorial power. They then exploited and plagiarized the Sibyl prophecies and usurped their sacred rights and Vatican seat of divine power in Italy. They credited their prophetic works to obscure white males whom they labeled as prophets and saints. They then waged holy war against the Sibyls, later accusing them of Taurian, black, heathenism. The Roman catacombs became the burial mausoleums for many of these persecuted and murdered African martyrs. The Sibyls and others were buried by their followers in these dark, musty tombs, their beloved entering late at night to offer food, drink, prayer, and song. The use of undergrounds, an ancient Egyptian and Afro-Chaldean religious custom, can be likened to the slave survival practices in America. They are an important historical glimpse into the socio-religious and political world of the Afro-Greco-Romans as they fought for their religious and cultural survival. Via Latina, Rome, 361 to 363 CE. In 1935, an important cultural undertaking was instituted to document and to preserve Afro-medicinal spiritual folklore and religious practices in America. This monumental task was instituted by the Alma Egan Hyatt Foundation of New York under the auspices of an Episcopal priest by the name of Harry Middleton Hyatt from Quincy, Illinois. Mr. Hyatt traveled across the mainly southern United States, interviewing hundreds of ex-slaved African American priestesses and priests and their descendants. He transcribed the anaphones, their folklore, folk medicine, and religious practices, many of whom, in spite of violent suppression and persecution, still practiced remnants of the religious traditions of their ancient African ancestors. The more than 1,600 women and men practitioners interviewed by Mr. Hyatt, anxious to help document and preserve their important religious culture, volunteered to contribute to this historic archival study. What is interesting to note is that during the course of these interviews, nearly all of the women and an impressive number of the men declared with the strongest conviction that they were indeed true prophets, prophetess, and doctors. Commenting on this and the esoteric nature of Black folk cosmogony, Hyatt remarked, "What type of thought am I trying to bring above ground where it can be studied? Is a continuation of a mental phenomena centuries old, the syncretism of magic, all rites, pseudoscience, and religion. We could call it an underground Gnosticism." A great many of those interviewed claimed that they were prophets, prophetesses, because the spirits called them, or because their mothers or fathers came from a blood lineage of two-headed people, or because they were simply born that way. It's in the blood. Now, one might wrongly conclude upon first observation that since it was illegal for enslaved Africans to either read or write, such bold proclamations could only be due to their Christian conditioning. The only good thing being Christianized, they were taught, that resulted from some 150 years of chattel slavery and Jim Crow segregation. However, a closer examination might reveal that many in the diaspora may very well have been descendants of the Sibyls, the first prophetess of Mami, the original goddess, whose history has been lost, stolen, deliberately culturally disguised, obscured, and Europeanized beyond recognition in the contemporary faiths of today. However, with an increasing number of African Americans finding no solace in today's scandal-ridden, unfulfilling Western faiths, desire to learn the true history of their ancient ancestral religions that once dominated the world. Therefore, the time is nigh that their story be told. Introduction. Before there was Jehovah, a minor volcano fire thunder deity elevated as God under Afro-Afram Jewish patriarchy, there was Mami Isis as the preeminent dual goddess and god who dominated the entire ancient world. For more than 6,000 years, nearly all of Africa was matriarchal. The dominant presence of African matriarchy resulted not as a consequence of political, feminist, or military usurpation, but rather because it was the original and, more importantly, the natural divine order of the African civilized world. Its cosmology, philosophy, theology, ritual practices, and rich African culture emphasize the complementary relationship between what has come to be known as the masculine and feminine, divine, as it exists in both nature and within the universe. What passes for traditional African culture today, where women have been subdued and relegated to marginal roles in African political and religious life, is the result of the patriarchal usurpation of the older matriarchal orders upon whom the patriarchs sought to contain and to control their divine powers and political and economic influence. However, hidden beneath this patriarchal substratum of modern-day Africa, one will discover that it is under African matriarchy, which birthed ancient African and Mediterranean culture and high civilization. The first prophets of Mami were African women. They were called Sibyls, meaning that they were Mami Wata priestesses and priest of the ONAs. Their prophecies are the oldest in the world. It is through the divine blood of the Sibyl priestesses that the patriarchal kingships of the pharaohs, the Hebrew prophets, and the Chaldean priest were born. It is the Sibyl style of prophecy and magic that would later be imitated by a militant faction from these groups, who, envious of her global positioning, rebelled against these divine matriarchal orders and seized their temples and overthrew their priestesshood as patriarchy began to dominate. In their jealousy, hatred, and rebellion of her divine authority, the Levitical Jews elevated their original minor deity Jehovah as an insult to her. Together, Jehovah and his patriarchal clan usurped her sacerdotal and secular power, and from that moment on, they have worn it as their own. They did not create a new logos. They simply corrupted and repackaged the original as laid forth by the divine African mother. To conceal their crimes, they destroyed and defiled her name and all of her temples. They murdered and accused her prophetesses and prophets of heresy and witchcraft, and disguised her sacred rites and divine legacy as their own. This trend of random destruction they continued so that the world would never again know or honor her as their divine African mother. Since their unauthorized acquisition of her divine authority, there has been little peace in the world. Because they have demonized the voice of her prophetesses and continue to enslave and oppress her prophets and people, there has been no divine prophecy. All that remains are hopeless corruptions of her original logos and weak imitators, such as Nostradamus, of her divine prophetic style, a style originally developed by the Sibyls and those of her sacred priesthoods. The Jews, whom after the 5th century BCE, for long, could neither speak nor understand Hebrew, nor the ancient esoteric philosophy of Mami, attempted to decipher the original cuneiform tablets of the Black Canaanites that predate the Hebrew language. Their crude translations deliberately corrupted many of the ancient names of the Black goddesses and changed the original esoteric meanings of their prophecies to what exists now in the Torah and in the Pentateuch. These now corrupted and worn scriptures doctrines, mass-produced and distributed now in the Judeo-Christian Bible, have been the cause of untold human suffering, massive spiritual ignorance, spiritual suffering, and devastating wars. This was especially the case between those rebellious sons of the patriarchal Afro-Pharaonic orders, who themselves were overthrown and robbed of their secular hegemony by their illegitimate offspring, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Though all latecomers into this very ancient and divine epic, their holy wars claiming original ownership of the Black goddess legacy are centuries old and are all that is allowed to remain within human history. Ignorant of the original logos established by the divine African mother, their present struggles to maintain the corrupted version which favors an exclusive, currently Euro-masculine patriarchal predominance are nothing more than a continuation of a centuries-old battle over which patriarchal son should control and reign over the sacerdotal power stolen from her. The most coveted prize inherent within their secular authority are the spoils of her vast empire of land and mineral resources, replete with human, carefully programmed vassals to exploit. This sacred empire, once bequeathed to the masses, is now controlled by those who have benefited from her suspicious absence from human worship as Mami, and the continual subjugation and degradation of the people who have known and have honored her sacred rites and religious customs for centuries, rooted in what are known today as African traditional and diaspora religions. For many ATR, African traditional religious practitioners, this revelation might come as shocking and unbelievable. The idea that African religious traditions, ritual practices, social customs, divine prophecy, and fundamental beliefs once dominated both the secular and non-secular world and laid the theological foundation for Judaism, Hinduism, Christianity, and Islam under the auspices of the Black matriarchs seems incredible. However, in order to understand what has just been written, it is necessary to start at some historic point in our human beginnings. Clearly, the first question begs, just what are the Sibyls? And why has the world not learned of their Africanness and their primary sacred role as the world's first prophetess, or their major contribution to the divine history of world religions? African matriarchal principle of divine complementaries. Figure 2. Glass Carthaginian mask amulet of Black Mami deity Tanit, also known as the Libyan Liberia and Astarte. Above, she is shown wearing a full beard to exemplify not her bisexuality, as is often misunderstood by Western interpreters, but rather her divine complementary nature of both the feminine and masculine principles. In reality, the above is a modification of the divine seven serpents, seven African powers, and thus a manifestation of Tanit as the premier oracle of the first ancestral masculine sun, fire deity Adama, or Bacchus. The white cowlin around her eyes and her cowrie-shaped mouth represents her ability to see and communicate in the world of spirit. This amulet was worn by Carthaginian soldiers to protect them from death during battles, and common folk to protect against the evil eye. Terracotta, Afro-Syro-Roman, the Louvre, Paris. Figure 3, taken from Greek vase, is Black Libyan Athene, Anath, whose worship was transported to Afro-Greece, when the matriarchs fled the patriarchal takeover in ancient Egypt and Libya. She is seen sporting a beard, representing not her bisexuality, but rather her totemic aspect as the ancestral black dove of divine prophecy, or ancestral oracle for the thunder god Zeus. Why did even the mention of the black goddess name mean sure death, or practice of her sacred rites and rituals guarantee social ostracism, persecution, and even death? The story of the Sibyls is long and complicated because it has been so badly disguised, corrupted, and carefully hidden by Western religious historians and the Catholic Church. However, some of it has been unearthed and is now being rewritten and recounted here in its near to original African perspective for the first time. Because the Sibyls are still being born in the ghettos of America, to the shanty villages of Africa, and because it is necessary to place African spirit within its ethnic and cultural milieu, the rightful place of African women must be restored. The place of African women as the first center of sacerdotal power is not political. She did not usurp her divine providence and authority from anyone. Her place is the manifestation of the original and natural order as willed through the divine logos responsible for establishing human societies, moral law, religious institutions, and the sacred authority to maintain order on earth. It is hoped that in doing so, a new paradigm might be established in which the African people and the world might view the patriarchal religious orders forced upon the world as the only divine paths to know their God. The first Genesis, when the gods, goddesses spoke through the African woman. They will say that the Sibyl is mad and deceitful. But when all things shall come to pass, then ye will remember me, and no one will any longer say that I, the prophetess of the great God, goddess, am mad. Erythraean Sibyl, 2802 BC. Someplace in the beginning. The Sibyls are descendants of the first Neolithic clans of African warrior queens, healers, prophetesses, and priestesses, who were on the first ship built by God Goddess to establish the New World after the Great Flood. Patriarchal oral history only records there being men, namely Noah, and his three racially different sons. However, this is mythical and political and not historical. These three sons were all African, and there were African women, high priestesses called Sibyls, who issued forth the instructions from the divine African mother, Mami as God, on how to build the Argos, Ark, and the giving forth of the prophecy pertaining to the end of their world, as they knew it in ancient Babylon. Oral tradition also has it that when men revolted against the authority of Mami, they separated themselves from the divine African mother. In one Afro-Chaldean Reki, ancient Babylonian account, Mami is worshipped as the goddess Aruru Ishtar. Ishtar, meaning queen or lady, is not a proper name, but rather one of her oldest appellations. Mami is a holy, honorific title denoting great reverence, attributed to any African god, goddess, particularly of the waters. As the Afro-Chaldean account goes, Ishtar, in her inconsolable grief, angered at their rebellion and betrayal of her, prophesied through one of her Sibyls the following fate that would befall her beloved African people. Spake Ishtar like a child uttered the great goddess her speech. All to corruption are turned, and then I, in the presence of the gods, prophesied. And as I prophesied, in the presence of the gods, evil to evil were devoted all my people. And I prophesied, I, the mother, have begotten my people, and like the young of the fishes, they fill the sea. The gods concerning the spirits were weeping with me. The gods in seats, seated in lamentation, covered with their lips from the coming evil. As promised for their great apostasy against her laws, she retaliated and inundated their world, nation as they knew it, with a great and mighty flood. However, before doing so, she gathered her devoted and preserved her sacred seed inside the blood of the Sibyls, under whose divine guidance she led them and their families, along with the great elder Io, Oannes, Noah, and his sons into the new world. It was in her sacred Argos, moon crescent boat that she guided them across the great dark, mysterious sea to the Aegean shores of Delos in Ionia. 6 days and nights passed. The wind, the deluge storm overwhelmed. On the 7th day in its course was calmed the storm, and all the deluge which had destroyed everything, like an earthquake quieted. On the 7th day in the course of it I sent forth a dove, and it left. I sent the animals forth to the four winds. Figure 4. Ancient Roman catacomb drawing of Sibyls, the black doves, sent out by Mami Ishtar to test for dry land. Some accounts report that one of them returned carrying an olive branch, which is credited as being sacred to the black goddess Minerva. She is one of the 3 major serpent water deities born at Lake Triton, daughter of Nilus, the Nile. It was the Africans and Proto-Elamites who settled at Asia Minor, ancient Turkey, and installed her worship more than 2,500 years before the Doric, Greek, and Turk invasions. The doves symbolize the sacred soul or Holy Spirit, an Afro-mystical symbol later adopted by the Christians. St. Calatus Catacomb, Rome, 199 to 217 BC. Busagali, 1999. Those doves that were sent forth were the black doves, or the transmigrated souls of the Sibyls, whose priesthoods were already well known and long established in ancient Ethiopia, Egypt, Mesopotamia, and other ancient lands that were spared from the Great Flood. We know this to be so because Herodotus, who actually met one of the temple Sibyl priestesses, further recounts the story, directly told to him, of how they arrived in their new land and established the sacred Omphale temples in Libya and at Dodona, Delphi, and Delos of the Grecian islands. He writes that at Dodona, the priestesses who delivered the oracles have a story that two black doves flew away from Thebes in Egypt, and one of them alighted, landed at Dodona, the other in Libya. The former perched on an oak, and speaking with a human voice, told them that there, on that very spot, should be an oracle of Zeus, Horus. Those who heard her understood the words to be a command from heaven, and at once obeyed. The dove which flew to Libya told the Libyans to found the oracle of Ammon, located at the oasis at Siwa, which is also an oracle of the thunder god Zeus. The people who gave me this information were the three priestesses at Dodona: Promenea, the eldest, Timarete, the next, and Decandra, the youngest, and their account is confirmed by the Dodonians who have any connection with the temple. Other accounts differ on how they arrived in Dodona. It is said that they were in such high demand throughout the ancient world that they were often stolen from Africa, sold as slaves by the Afro-Phoenicians, Carthaginians, and forced to establish their ancestral and totemic oracles. On this, Herodotus concludes, I think that if it be true that the Phoenicians carried off the holy women and sold them for slaves, afterwards, while undergoing servitude in those parts, she built under a real oak a temple. Then, having acquired a knowledge of the Greek tongue, she set up an oracle. She also mentioned that her sister had been sold for a slave into Libya by the same persons as herself. The Dodonians called the women doves because they were foreigners and seemed to them to make a noise like birds. After a while, the dove spoke with a human voice. By calling the dove black, the Dodonians indicated that the woman was an Egyptian, and certainly the character of the oracles at Thebes and Dodona is very similar. It seems to me a sufficient proof that in Egypt these practices have been established from remote antiquity, while in Greece they are only recently known. Quoting archaeologist Stechini, when presenting his findings to the Archaeological Institute of America, Stechini states that I maintain that the historical accounts, myths, and legends, and some monuments of Delphi indicate that the oracle was established there by the pharaohs of the Ethiopian dynasty. This is the reason why the Greeks portrayed Delphos, the eponymous hero of Delphi, as a Negro. Available, documenting the historical existence of the Sibyls and their prophetic oracles. These historical accounts also established their existence centuries after their arrival in the new lands, after their temples had already been seized and renamed, i.e., Zeus and Apollo, by the pharaonic sun thunder temple priest of Ammon. More will be provided on this later. What is more important here is that the first thing the Sibyls and Lao construct an Omphale, temple, shrine, and make sacrifices to Mami. They installed and consecrated the sacred Omphe, shrines to Mami and their minor gods. This they did in Libya and at Delos, Delphi, and Dodona. Afterward, some of these groups settled into Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, and installed a shrine to Mami, never having broken their ancestral ties with Kemet, Egypt, Nubia, Libya, Syria, and Palesheth, Palestine. They soon developed a sophisticated trade and prospered into what would later become known as the Great Minoan and Mycenaean matriarchal civilizations. It was there, legend has it, that became the new abode for their lineage of African gods. They preserved their history in poetic and prophetic prose that would later be used as the basis for Greek and Roman tragedies and plays that would lay the ecclesiastical foundation for the collection of apocryphal books later to be modified as the Christian Bible. During ancient times, leaders customarily applied allegory and poetic rhyme to conceal, as well as to commit to the heart esoteric truths that were not meant for the masses. The priestesshood of the Sibyls were even more conspicuous. They were part of the divine cycle of procreation, preservation, death, and renewal, rebirth, which was believed to take place every 600, 6,000 years. The above allegorical story of their arrival upon an Argos ark with Noah and his three sons after surviving the great flood destruction is simply representative of this divine cycle. Another example would be that of the 9 muses, masculine Moses. Originating out of ancient Egypt, they were the feminine counterpart to the Messiah Savior. Each one represented a Sibyl as the divine incarnation of the 9 cycles, Radhas, Rays, divine saviors, who had already manifested as the new Messiah of healing and prophecy, and to announce the coming end of a divine cycle. In short, the muses, Sibyls, were literally the light of divine wisdom, or the divine spark of the divine African mother, as Mami. They were symbolically the divine rays of truth emanating from the crowns of the masculine, sun, thunder gods. During times of preservation, each muse offered the gift of their specific talents: music, art, science, and literature. However, during periods of cyclic renewal, one would manifest from among them, Sibyls, to become the prophetic voice of the divine African mother, Mami. Origin of the name Sibyl. The name Sibyl is of mixed origins. It is the sacred initiatory title that the ancient Africans called the prophetess, priestesses of the Mami Watas. According to some, it is derived from the Black Ethiopian Cushites, known as the Phrygians, native of Mycenae. Their name of endearment for Mami was Cybele, Sibella, Sibyl, Cybele, Queen of Heaven, Mother of the Gods. Some scholars believe that Sibyl is a Greek corruption of 2 words, Sioi, meaning God, and Boule, meaning to counsel. Both words are derived from their Afro-Aeolithic dialect of ancient Mycenae. Combined, it reads as Saobule, which phonetically evolved into the English Sibyl. Additionally, Webster's dictionary defines a Sibyl as a female prophet, or a woman able to utter the oracles and prophecies of a god, or a woman who can foretell the future. Conversely, under the bitter Hebrew patriarchs, the Sibyls are condemned in their Bible as Bahalath Ob, meaning evil serpent spirit or mistress of the python. However, when all is said and done, the Sibyls refer to themselves as sisters of Isis and sometimes prophetesses of the Black Diana. The Holy Sibylline Oracles. The Sibylline oracles are a series of divine prophecies given over a span of more than 3,000 years that contain accurate global predictions and chronicle the rise and fall of great empires and the destinies and fate of important heads of states, village kingdoms, their leaders, and their nations. These cycles usually entailed prophesying the coming of a Holy One. This Holy One was not an apocalyptic savior sent to save all humankind, but rather the usual savior son thunder deities whose life was offered as a human sacrifice to purify the negative accumulation of karma and announce the new groom of the Divine Mother. The idea of a soul savior probably began with the killing of the first Anunnaki, fish deity, sent to liberate and redirect the dangerously aggressive masculine tendencies of the patriarchal rebellions, always threatening to destabilize the natural, social, and political order of matriarchal society. Usually, the traditional target of their masculine aggression was aimed at overthrowing the divine matriarchies and their much coveted political and economic position established by the god goddess, which they maintained as the central seat of sacerdotal and secular power in the world. These necessary cycles of human destruction and rebuilding, regeneration, traditionally entailed the customary sacrificial savior, scapegoat, death and resurrection ceremonies, the ritual purgations, purifications, corrections of personal and societal errors in violation of taboos, and the relief and justice for the suffering masses. These Sibyls' prophetic utterances were written down by scribe priests and priestesses, many compiled in each individual omphe and temple shrine across the world. For example, during the coming of one future cycle, it was Plato who later revealed the secret that at Delphi there was an ancient secret prophecy concerning the birth of a son of Apollo, Osiris Horus, who was to be the one to restore the reign of justice and virtue on earth. Godfrey Higgins claims that these Sibyl prophecies were actually referring to either the Black Buddha or Black Kresna Krishna, both who were actually born on the holy Grecian island of Dodona. At Delphi, it was Cybele, later known as Themis, Artemis, Black Diana. These Sibyls, when seized by the spirit, would fall into possession, causing them to thrash about the ground, uttering messages from the gods. More often, it was a divine ancestor expressing his unhappiness with those who were in violation of divine law. She'd utter warnings and admonitions to the villages, cities, and ancient kingdoms and their leaders, prophesying their doom or fulfilling their hopes and restoring lost glory. She'd right moral wrongs and punish offenders of the divine law. She'd heal the sick, call up the dead, and restore dignity and strength to the weak. These prophecies were consistent and similar with those uttered by the chief Sibyl priestesses of the major Omphale shrines scattered all across the ancient Mediterranean world. After realizing their intrinsic value, it was these prophecies that were later competitively seized and collated by the Roman papals and Levitical Jews during their religio-political wars. They were compiled, doctored, and plagiarized by them as they exist today in what has become known as the Sibylline oracles. The sacerdotal matriarch of the Sibyls. By the 11th century CE, Turkish monk and world historian Cedrenus claimed that the Queen of Sheba was a Sibyl. Prior to Egypt's dynastic period, the civil and religious culture of these matriarchal Sibs flourished in the Mediterranean world for more than 6,000 years. For centuries, the Grecian islands at Delos, Dodona, Delphi, and the Temple of Mami in Libya were the ecclesiastical and moral hub of religious, social, and international political activity. As the first established sacerdotal African matriarchs, the Sibyl's cultural and religious impact was arguably the most profound on ancient civilization than history has ever revealed or cares to admit. From Mesopotamia to Egypt, Mizoram, Kemet, Egypt, Ionia, Manoa, Peloponnese, Turkey, and Mycenae, Greece, and later Rome. The Sibyls were the primary divine Vatican and absolute moral authority. Just as their divine African mother, Mami Isis, served as the first universal sacerdotal symbol of the divine celestial and terrestrial African ancestress. Her worship as the manifestation of the Logos was continued in Asia Minor, Cushitic Mitanni Empire, and in Manoa and Mycenae, Aegean Islands. Archaeological pottery shards date the black descendants of the Libyan Garamantes, present-day Iwe, Alatas, Ga Adangbe, and other African clans who had settled into Babylon and elsewhere before the flood to have arrived in Manoa, Ionia, as early as 4000 BCE. In Manoa and Mycenae, later renamed Greece, it was under the theocratic governance of the Sibyls as queen mothers that African matriarchal culture reached its golden age of achievement in medicine, religion, astronomy, philosophy, law, architecture, music, art, and social sophistication. Figure 5. 400 BCE, red clay vessel of black Minoan priestess in corn-rolled hair during Greek colonization. The entire cultural, religious, economic, and political substratum of what came to be credited as Greek culture was actually that of these black matriarchs who fled the patriarchal takeovers in Libya, Egypt, and Ethiopia. Sadai Gallery. Under this same matriarchal sacerdotal order, an era of high diplomacy, mutual cooperation, and peace endured. The Sibyl clans were further divided into Sibs, similar to extended family villages. As Sibs, they were the queen mothers and priestesses of their individual family totems and ancestral deities. Sibs are an extension of the prehistoric African matriarchal custom of usually three major matrilineal clans, joining their tutelary and ancestral deities together, forming loose confederations amounting to one clan unit. Individuals initiated into the mysteries were reborn as a Sibyl or Pythias, the same way that they are reborn as Mamiisi or Amengazi in the Mami Wata Vodun within their respective Sib, Iwe, Fan, Mina, Anlo. However, within the tradition, they may be simply addressed as Ma, Nana, or Mama. Together, they constructed massive temples dedicated to Mami and all of her offspring, deities, whose authoritative influence and divine power extended to all four corners of the known world. It was in those sacred temples that the Sibyls would offer their divine wisdom, healing, and prophetic counsel. As avatars, muses, vestals, and saints of the Mami Watas, all divine power later attributed to the Most High male god and prophets was first accomplished by the priestesshoods headed by these holy African queen mothers. All nations, even up until to the Roman period, depended on the prophecy, advice, and divine knowledge of these African priestesses, uttering the words of their African deities. The powerful confederations of city-states collectively known as the Minoan and Mycenaean culture consisted of Ionia, Libyan Crete, also known as Keftiu by Egyptians, Argos, Arcadia, Ephesus, Cythera, Corinth, Thessaly, Samothrace, Lydia, Lesbos, Phrygia, Mysia, Lycia, Rhodes, Peloponnese, now Turkey, and many others. It was there where Black matriarchy reigned supreme under the watchful guidance of the divine African mothers, who were defended by an Amazonian garrison. These sites were spiritually and culturally enriched havens where commerce, poetry, music, theater, architecture, philosophy, and astronomy flourished. An ancient region later invaded and inhabited by the Greeks, Persians, and Turks, who arrived some 2,500 years later, would be exclusively credited with developing these civilizations. However, both Briffault and Herodotus assert their early African matriarchal roots and tell us that the earliest temple of Delphi was a thatched hut. In Lydia, the dwelling houses were mostly built of reed and mud. There can be little doubt that, like the African kraals, which they resembled, they were built by African women. Dene further informs us that as these ancient Black matriarchies began to prosper, they built grand civilizations that became the envy of the known world. We are told that the girls and boys went to school together and learned geometry, grammar, and even square roots, and that anyone operating a business had to keep books. Dene further reports that the capital of Lydia became the Paris of Asia Minor, greater than Greece. One imported the most elegant of cloth, perfumes, and the fine high-heeled shoes so much in demand in Sappho's poetry circles. It was also a male beauty center, featuring such attractions as permanence, gold jewelry, manicuring, and dental cures. And whoever thought that the Chaldean Rekhi diviners were too expensive has his horoscope prepared by the Lycian ladies. In Asia Minor, now Turkey, the science of medicine had its origins, and the first great temple to the African ancestral python, Asclepius, was built. Moreover, it was on these black matriarchal islands that Hippocrates learned to conduct the first scientific investigations of anatomy and disease. Later, the sons of Rome flocked to learn medicine at her schools, and distinguished African physicians tended to their emperors, consuls, and military commanders. We further learn that the languages of both Greek and Latin, as well as their tonal musical scales, are derived directly from the Afro-Phoenician, Aeolian, and Phrygian dialects of these African and Elamite matriarchal groups. The pre-Grecian island of Rhodes, named after its original black inhabitants, was originally known as Pelasgia, meaning sailors or the daughters of the sea. They were said to have furnished literature and history with inexhaustible material and rendered invaluable services to the fine arts and exact science and applied mechanics. And a code of maritime legislation was formulated, which has formed the basis of all subsequent studies on the subject. However, although Rhodes was said to have maintained 100 images of the sun god Apollo and one to Mami, whom they knew as Laocoon, with her serpents, it was the Grecian island of Delos that housed the Vatican of the African goddess and her consort gods. Hailed as one of the seven wonders of the world, these sacred temples were maintained by the Sibyls and a contingent of Vestal virgin priestesses and eunuchs. These African deities never walked in the flesh. For more than 1,000 years, the sacred island was free from war, crime, and invasions. Thus, borders were never necessary. Here is where Artemis, later Black Diana, was said to have been born, next to the sacred lake, along with Isis, Anubis, and Serapis. More divinities were added as the African and Elamite Tamil populations increased. The place was covered with holy temples and colossal marble statues of the deities. There were clubs, markets, and palaces. White-robed processions in honor of some deity were always in session. According to Horton, they maintained a system of bartering in goods, and their trade routes to Palestine, Egypt, Libya, Athens, Corinth, Crete, Peloponnese, Turkey, and others, enumerated a list of which would make a poem. Horton further tells us that one came to Delos as pilgrim and merchant. The place swarmed with bartering humanity. Commerce and religion were interfused or connected like Siamese twins, if one died and the other gave up the ghost. Their temples were deemed so holy that one could only live but never be born, die, or buried on the island. Sacrifices were also forbidden. Any sacrifices had to be performed on the neighboring islands. If either birth or death was imminent, one was transported to another island. Later, when the patriarchal Persians, Aryans, Iranians, had their turn at invading, pillaging, and destroying all of the other island temples and slaughtering its inhabitants, when they arrived at Delos, they were so in awe that they left it untouched. We are further told that these African and Elamite matriarchal confederations would come together at the main oracular temple in Ephesus, built by their Amazons to worship the Queen of Heaven, who was known in their own tongue by many names, the most popular being Artemis, Cybele, Ceres, Demeter, Artagates, and Dione. And just as the Helen of Troy, they too were all black. It was at the Ionian island of Cythera, Sergio, where black Aphrodite first rode upon the foam of a great wave and demanded that a temple be built to her. Soon many more gods would follow. The African gods, goddesses heading these divine pantheons, Isis, Asaese, Inanna, Ashtoreth, Atagates, Cybele, Demeter, Hathor, Black Diana, etc., were the major water deities who were known by many names in the theology of Mami Wata tradition. They were descended from the original Logos, which is known in Kemet, Egypt, as Isis. Isis is a divine concept which embodies this Logos as divine wisdom. As the first African and ancestress, she is also recognized as the first divine queen, possessed of the full power of Mami. She herself was not God, but rather its divine wisdom. Sedede, Ma'at, Logos, first divine crowned manifestation in human form, whose rites are known as Mami Wata. Her name, just as that of Osiris and Horus, became synonymous with the Netjer, and the names Isis, Sibyl, Mami Isi, and others are particularly commiserate with one initiated as a serpent water priestess. Black Amazons in defense of mother right. Figure 6. Libyan Amazonian queen, Penthesilea, who led her army of warriors against the Greeks during the Trojan War. She was eventually killed by Achilles, who allegedly found her beauty so irresistible that he sexually seduced her dead body. Often referred to in Western history as mythological figures or as Europeans, the ancient Black Amazon, Ama meaning mother, Zan meaning son, mother of the Sun people, were historic and they were African. The oldest militia were probably the Ethiopians, Egypto-Libyans, Scythians, and the ancient Colchians of Colchis in what is now southern Russia. However, the large garrisons of the Amazons were scattered all throughout the ancient world, including in the Caucasus, Albania, Athens, India, Armenia, Boeotia, central Greece, Atlantis, Asia, and even in North America. The Amazons were known under many names: Azones, Alazons, Seri, Assyri, Chaldee, Morai, Chalbes, etc. They were the original shock troops, fighting in defense of the ancient temples and kingdoms of the Black matriarchs, Mother Right, which dominated the ancient world. It was the Black Amazons who were the first to domesticate horses and to ride chariots when the Greeks did not. They were the first to employ cavalry and their superior weaponry was made of iron when the Greeks were still using bronze. Figure 7. Greek vase of ancestral totemic ritual mask of Black Libyan Amazon, who settled in ancient Crete and Athens more than 3,000 years before the Greeks. The mask represented the powerful talismanic spirit of their founding ancestress, known by many names including Medusa, Cithino, and Euryale. They were the first initiates of the African huntress Mami goddess, known as Athena, Minerva, and Artemis. Known as the Mask of Gorgon, it was worn only by the Queen Amazon mothers, generals. It was the main source of spiritual power, physical strength, and maternal wisdom. And when worn during battle or ceremonial ritual, it evoked paralyzing fear into the hearts of the Greek and Spartan soldiers. It would literally freeze them to death in their tracks, which is where the myth turning men to pillars of stone originated. Historians tried to dismiss the black color of these ancient Greek vase depictions as black lacquer art. But history has proved that the color is based on accurate accounts of the Amazons as black and African. As initiated priestesses of the triple-headed black warrior hunter fertility Mami goddess, Athena, Minerva, Artemis, their extraordinary knowledge of herbs and use of magic and ceremonial ritual to achieve political and military objectives was unparalleled. The Greeks bitterly referred to them as man-murdering, man-hating, flesh-devouring, and war-lustful, and are directly responsible for many of the lies and myths circulating as history about them today. Far from being a hostile contingent of disaffected men-haters, Higgins reports that these black Amazons were actually the original followers of the male and female principles and fought to maintain the balance of both rather than the exclusive rule of patriarchy being advocated by the sun priest of Ammon. The Amazons were also the actual builders of the ancient temples of Astarte, Artemis, Minerva, Black Diana, Demeter, etc., and founded and named all of the city and provinces in which they settled and erected their temples. The Greeks, who feared and hated the Black Amazons, fought ferocious battles against them. One of their most famous battles with these fearless women warriors was in Attica, in ancient Athens, which ended in a truce. The commander of the Amazons in Attica was Black Egyptian Queen Umophis, who ordered that sacrifices be made to their ancestral deities by the Athenians. A stone pillar exists today in the Amazoneum, erected to signify this truce, because the Greeks could not defeat them. Lederer reports that the Greeks' willingness to go to battle against these black Amazons was used as a measure of their courage, and that they, in facing the Amazons, faced not only their biological aversion against fighting with women, but also their own castration anxiety. The Black Amazons were also the original megalith, Cyclops, and Stonehenge builders, and are credited with founding and building many of the ancient Ionian and Aegean island cities, now credited to the Greeks. They were the actual builders of the ancient so-called biblical city of Ephesus, Corinth, and others. They also named all of these sacred cities, including Ephesus, which means Moon City, which acted as their chief center of operations. Ephesus was eventually destroyed and rebuilt 7 times. The first in 1490 BCE, destroyed by the Amazons themselves, rather than succumb to the hostile takeover of their temples by Egyptian priest and military leader Sesostris. It was also at Ephesus and Corinth where the converted Jew turned Christian Paul was made a saint by the Roman Church for helping to orchestrate the destruction of much of the ancient Black matriarchal temples of Black Diana and forcing Christianity upon its citizenry. As patriarchy held sway around the world, the foreign invaders Assyrians, Greeks, Turks, Romans, and others, on many occasions would often join forces with the Amazon's African patriarchal enemies in order to defeat them. The African patriarchs, having superior knowledge of their ritual magic, therefore knew how to fight against them successfully. In fact, many of the epic tales recounting the greatness of Black heroes such as Hercules, Theseus, and others was due to them being able to defeat the Amazonian queens by stealing their ritual girdle, talismans, thunder axes, etc., thereby defeating the source of their enormous military might. Once conquered and destroyed, these men were hailed as heroes. Such was the case when Theseus killed the sacred Minotaur of the queen goddess, and when Hercules stole the sacred ancestral girdle of Amazonian queen Hippolyte, weakening her and then slaughtering her entire army. Figure 7b. Bronze plate of Amazon. It was the Black Amazons who were the first to domesticate horses and ride chariots. They were the first to employ cavalry, and their superior weaponry was made from iron. Over time, the Amazons were eventually defeated worldwide and erased from the annals of world history, or relegated to Greek mythology, their African identity and great history concealed. However, centuries later, in a daring act by West African Dahomean King Agadja, 1708 to 1732, a garrison of the Amazons were restored, an unprecedented move in which they served a patriarchal ruler rather than their queen mothers. The entire history of the Black Amazons and the immense role they played in developing African spiritual history, culture, and military expansion throughout the ancient world is beyond the scope of this book and could easily take volumes. Their story is yet to be completely told. Figure 7c. Yahi, now deceased, one of the last remaining Amazons in West Africa. Far from being localized to only ancient Dahomey by Western historians, the Black Amazons, initiates of the African Mami deity Athena, Artemis, Ephesia, Black Diana, were the first organized battalion of female warriors in the world. They were a major militaristic contingency throughout all of ancient Africa, in defense of their matriarchies. Historically, they were called Zan, Zoan, On, and a host of other names. They conquered lands and founded cities and built extraordinary temples, naming them after themselves or after their queen mother or goddess. Heliopolis in northern Egypt was originally called Zoan. Cities in Thrace, Armenia, Cappadocia, ancient Turkey, In the Caucasus, Albania, Athens, Attica, and elsewhere throughout the ancient world were founded and named after these fearless Black warriors. History of Black matriarchs concealed in Euro-Biblical revisionist history. Figure 8. 400 CE. Mural depicting Afro-Chaldean builders forced to construct the hypogeum of Christian martyr Trebius Justus. Because they were all Black, the Greeks rightfully made no distinction between the ancient Chaldeans, Egyptians, Canaanites, and the Phoenicians. They, along with the Amazons, were an order of highly talented temple, Cyclopean stone builders and polishers, traders, and master diviner priest. It is they, and not the Greeks or Romans, who are the original builders of the pillars and monumental temples of the ancient African goddesses. The U.S. White House and other structures take their design from these talented masons. If African American Christian women knew the untold history behind many of the biblical locations of which they offer their glory, they would be horrified to learn that they were lending a glorious praise to locations where their ancient mothers were murdered and persecuted, and their holy temples seized and converted into Christian churches, and where their African deities were demonized, and their veneration and worship ultimately destroyed. Unraveling the mental shackles of Western religious brainwashing affected by colonialism and slavery is one of the few areas many in the diaspora ever dare challenge. Few realize that even before the dawn of African patriarchy and the oldest story of Genesis, it was Mami Isis who originally gave birth to the sky, earth, and to the water deities. These mythos would later be changed, crediting these events to Osiris and Ammon, and then exported into their Egyptian colonies, where their names would be honored in the indigenous vernacular as Zeus, Apollo, and Dionysus. The Sibyls, who were from wealthy families, were, as a rule, the most educated, cultured, and talented amongst their class. However, the most prophetically powerful and ritually skillful Sibyls could be either literate or not able to read or write. The Spirit delighted in those who came from poor and humble backgrounds, just as much as those from the privileged class. If they were initiated and raised in the temples, they possessed their own sacred language and other sacrosanct customs. In ancient Sumer, this language was called Imacel for the priestesses and Emagir for the order of male priest. In the Mami Wata Vodun, depending on the dialect, this sacred language is known as Vodogbe. Nonetheless, it was these Sibyls, joined with what evolved into the Chaldean order of Black male astronomers, diviners, augurs, known as Reki, in ancient Egypt, flanked by a militia of Amazons who were the primary defenders of Mother Right. It was their divine duty to establish, defend, and maintain the predominance of the matriarchal kingdoms and religious temples being erected throughout the ancient world. There, in white-robed ceremonial processions, they would conduct elaborate, richly ornate, and lavish fetes, whose synergistic blends of traditional, ritual, and musical themes seem to span the cultural taste of the entire continent of Africa and southern India, calling down the gods and possessions were their primary goal, each fete executed with expert proficiency and grace. Higgins asserts that these confederations consisted of 12 tribes, and that Herodotus referred to them as the self-governing peoples because they were the first to form a democracy. Their advanced style of government would be known in modern times as the Lycian Confederacy, and centuries later in the New World became the inspiration for Alexander Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison to praise them as an excellent Confederate republic. In an ironic twist of historical events, though the Africans themselves were enslaved, they employed this matriarchal African model of government as the perfect model of democracy when writing the Declaration of Independence. These African matriarchs were also the first to institute gold coinage and to build storefront shops, modeling after the Grand Lodge of Luxor, ancient Egypt's great library, later renamed Alexandria. The matriarchs, too, built one of the first libraries for developing intellectuals and students of the mystery schools. Bachofen tells us that they, the black matriarchs, bore within themselves the law pervading all matter. Justice speaks out of their mouths without self-consciousness and with certainty in the manner of conscious. They are wise by nature, prophetesses proclaiming fate, Sibyl or Themis. Therefore, women were considered inviolable bearers of jurisprudence and sources of prophecy. Similarly, Dene states that everything in circulation among our European astrologists and other prophetesses under the name of the Egyptian Dream Book was copied from the work of the Lycian priest Artemidoros, priest of Mami, Artemis of Daltis, who worked out his interpretation of some 3,000 dreams in 5 volumes during the 2nd century BCE. Additionally, there was for more than 2,000 years the Cairo-Unani, Black Ionian inhabitants of ancient Thessaly. Thessaly, meaning the sea or moon people, is a mountainous region in central Greece. The prefix Kara was coined by the later invading Turks, meaning black, and the suffix Unani was added by the later invading Persians, meaning Ionian. Thessaly was a thriving center of Afro-esoteric learning, numerous holy temples, grand festive rituals, and rich culture. Centuries later, Thessaly too would be destroyed and renowned famed as the ancient location where the biblical Paul's proselytizers were chased out and killed for insulting the African deities and attempting to force its inhabitants to accept an alien god and theology. See Thessalonians 1:2. It is here also where Paul first tested the now badly corrupted Euro-Christianized Sibyl prophecies against her own people, knowing that they would obey her words. Thessaly, along with all of the surrounding Afro-Indian inhabited islands, were papal officials determined to discredit and destroy all vestiges of the true Afro-esoteric traditions of the Sibyl prophecies from which they heavily borrowed would later be branded by Paul and his proselytes as the notorious home of evil, heathens, witches, talismans, and makers of love filters. Figure 9, 450 CE, catacomb of persecuted martyr Petronilla, showing a Sibyl priestess standing next to a sacred omphae, with serpent and what probably is her prophecies in the book above it. Most of the real identity of the scenes on the Roman catacombs were either destroyed or later concealed and credited to Christian martyrs by present-day historians who are ignorant of the sacred symbolism of the Mami Wata priesthoods. During the Pharaonic era, the pharaohs selected their wives from amongst the Sibyl clans, which was how they, pharaohs, could claim authority through divine descent. In the prophetic book of Kings, whose authorship is allegedly unknown, King Solomon, already a priest of the Mami divinity Ashtoreth, Astarte, was later accused of marrying many other girls besides the Egyptian princes, who came from nations where idols were worshipped: Ammon, Edom, Sidon, and from the Hittites. Kings 1:11, 1 through 6. All of these historic locations were where the Sibyls maintained major oracular Mami shrines. Important to note is that the ancient depiction of the ochre, colored wives of the pharaoh, was not a racial designation, but an ancient custom still practiced in present-day Togo and Benin. In this practice, an African who is of another clan is designated by a different hue, or the path of the deity from which they descend is esoterically denoted by the color characteristic. This ritual was not originally employed to denote race. For example, ochre, usually symbolizing mother blood, was often employed to designate the lineages from the ancient Canaanite matrilineal Sibs. Prophetic style of Sibyls. The Sibyls' prophetic messages were heard during ritual ceremonies of ecstatic trance possessions, or they were magically induced through sacred herbal blends and other divinatory means. Oftentimes, they were fully focused as the deity manifested in their heads, while they or someone else wrote their utterances down on laurel or palm leaves. Several Greek and Roman historians recount how the Sibyl's poetic utterances were written down by scribe priestesses as they lay, thrown about the ground in ecstatic trance, possession. Lewis tells us that they were mounted by the thunder god Apollo, whose spirit rode on the nape of the Sibyl's neck. Though Roman Church revisionists favor the latter as being more pure, this is an arrogant distortion of the sacral spiritual mysteries of which they and the world have never been privy. Oftentimes it was in divination sessions within the confines of their own shrines, aided by scribes who would write down their utterances. All these methods are still in extant within contemporary Yeve Mami Wata Vodun and other Afro-spiritual traditions. The divine African mother as Isis, Mami, Artemis, the serpent deity would overtake them and begin to utter through them. Depending on the location and ancestral Sib lineage, all of the above holy names were merely esoteric designations, meaning wisdom, or I proceed from myself. Sometimes she, the divine spirit, would call herself Isis, sometimes Black Diana, and sometimes Minerva, Athena, or Mami. Figure 10, 199 to 217 CE, seen from a catacomb of the Hebrew prophet Jonah, with Sibyl and priest making sacrifice. The Sibyls' influence in ancient Rome. Although there were other competing patriarchal Gnostic sects such as the Teutonics, the Gala, Ethiopian Druids, Buddhist, Mithras, Manichaeans, and the Muslims, the Roman Empire depended almost exclusively on the Sibyl prophecies and their magical ministrations. The Sibyls, along with their college of African diviners, augury, were the Roman Empire's main source of divine and ethical guidance. Monopolizing the Sibyls' prophetic books exclusively for themselves, the most important being those prophecies referencing their Rome's own eventual destruction. Important strategic information that they wanted desperately to conceal from their military enemies. This was especially true during Rome's territorial battles with the Greek Cleopatra and her husband brother Antony, who now ruled Egypt. The Roman Emperor Augustus, Caesar Octavian, on many occasions sought consultation with the Sibyl Tiburtina in Cumae, Italy, but she would categorically refuse him. She did this because he had just declared himself Caesar, meaning Lord or God, of all of Rome, and demanded to be addressed as such. This no Sibyl could do. However, under much pressure, Tiburtina was forced to see him. In 27 to 30 BCE, the Roman emperor finally arrived for a divination, and just as the spirit was taking possession of her, Mami descended and appeared before him. Shocked and frightened at what was to transpire next, the great Caesar learned quickly who was the true Lord. The emperor was alleged to have exclaimed that he saw the heavens rent open and she, African Mami Isis, sitting on an altar, holding a child in her arms. Amazed and in dumbstruck awe, the emperor quickly prostrated himself onto the ground before them, offering thanks and praises to God. From that moment onward, Augustus never demanded to be addressed as God or Lord by the African clergy again. As a blessing for his humility, Mami promised the great Caesar victory over his number one archenemy, the great black Carthaginian general Hannibal, as long as he promised not to invade and to destroy all of Carthage, particularly the great temple of Tenet. She also made him promise to install a shrine consecrated to her and to not suppress her worship by any of her people in the Roman colonies. The emperor immediately agreed to erect a temple in Rome where Mami would be venerated by all, including white Romans. After Rome's military success in chasing Hannibal and his army out of Rome, the Caesar kept his promise to the divine African mother on April 4, 204 BCE, amongst great pomp and celebration, replete with plenty of miracles along the journey. The statue Ara Sioli, meaning altar of heaven, embodied in the sacred black Penannuncian stone, was installed. She was placed in the temple next to the black goddess Nike, Victory, located on the famous Palatine Hill. That spring, Rome experienced a bumper harvest, and Hannibal fled Italy back to North Africa. It was also no coincidence that the years immediately following the installation of the divine African mother became known as the Augustan Age, an era considered one of the most illustrious periods in Latin history. It was during this period, 29 BCE to 18 CE, when Latin culture was marked by civil peace and prosperity and reached its highest literacy and poetic expressions, including Virgil's Georgics and the completion of the Aeneid. Figure 11. Ancient stele of a Sibyl from Carthage, advertising her lineage and probably her spiritual services. On top is the celestial hand of the divine African mother, whom in this stele is Astarte Tenet. Below is the holy Omphale, crowned with the solar disk, encircled by the sacred rays, or twin serpents. The black doves, Holy Spirit, represent the antiquity and lineage of the Omphale. Just as in the tradition of the ancient Chaldeans, the celestial hand was originally the emblem of the Mami goddess, Ninursag, displayed on the Babylonian pyramid at Borsippa under African patriarchy. It was later changed to the right hand of the sun god Amon, Anu, and renamed the Temple of the Right Hand, or the Hand of Anu. However, it was the nurturing and magical hand of the African mother that led to hand emblems being placed atop homes from Morocco, Libya, to Palestine to ward off evil. The Christians soon appropriated this symbol made famous as the hand of God. In the Mami Wata Vodun, the left hand is still recognized as the most powerful. Foreign affairs and miraculous cures. Augustus was not the only notable figure who sought the expert advice and divine wisdom of the Sibyls. He was merely following the age-old custom of African kings, military leaders, entrepreneurs, village chiefs, and heads of states, who understood that if they wanted to be successful in their endeavors, it was prudent to seek the counsel of a local Sibyl priestess. In one account, Alexander the Great was initially refused a divination by Sibyl priestess until she was literally dragged towards the tripos by one of the overseers, priest of Ammon, who forced her to perform a divination for him. That is when she is said to have uttered her famous words to the great Alexander: "My son, thou art invincible." Similarly, Croesus, the Phrygian black king of Lydia, before he finalized his declaration of war against the Persians, visited all of the Sibyl shrines in Greece, including sending ambassadors all the way to the shrine of Ammon in Libya to seek the counsel of the wise Sibyls. So unimpeachable and esteemed was the wisdom of these African mother priestesses that heads of states, when instituting new laws, would even imply that their laws were sanctioned by the Sibyls because they knew the people would promptly comply. Seeking advice in matters of foreign affairs was not all these black prophetesses could claim as legendary. Their oracles were credited with divine miracles, just as the black Bacchades, male prophets of the ancestral Dionysus. The Sibyl prophecies were the first to be universally written into scriptural verses and employed as protective amulets because they were believed to ward off evil. These potent verses were often consulted as divine omens, and the necessary sacrifices were offered to prevent death, sickness, poverty, and natural disasters. For example, such was the case when many took heed to the Sibyl warnings of a massive earthquake which resulted in the death of thousands, leaving an outbreak of pestilence in its wake, or the account of the raining down of thunderstones, where propitiation to the Pythonian thunder god was prescribed by the Sibyls. It was also the Sibylline oracles that prescribed the necessary sacrifices to the priest, priestess, to appease all of the divinities in the temples. It was also these divine matriarchies under the auspices of the Sibyls who were the civilizing authority in which all new waves of foreign immigrants, no matter how barbarous, would be gradually subdued and systematically integrated into the main society. However, no matter how civilized or culturally assimilated, none of these groups were ever allowed knowledge of the mysteries, which remained the exclusive domain of the African priestesshood. Even long after their colonization by the barbarous Dorians, Greeks, though they, the Greeks, claimed to be sons of the non-Egyptian Heracles, these primitive groups had not yet been tamed and assimilated as the earlier wave of Libyans, Iolians, and Ionian immigrants. Thus, it was forbidden for them to even enter into the sacred chambers of the Sibyls, whom these earlier Greeks often worshipped as goddesses. In one account, Herodotus tells us of an exchange between the Sibyl high priestess Hierophile and a Dorian Greek invader during their violent siege of Athens. He recounts that when he, a Greek, first went up into the citadel, meaning to seize it, just as he was entering the sanctuary of the goddess, in order to question her, the priestess arose from her throne before he had passed the doors and said, "Stranger from Lacedaemon, depart hence, and presume not to enter the holy place. It is not lawful for a Dorian to set foot there." On another occasion, Aeneas the Pelasgian, Trojan War hero and initiate into the tradition of the Black Venus, reported his experience after visiting for a divination at the famous Sibyl Cave of Apollo at Cumae, Rome. He recounts that there is, on the Embalm coast, a vast cave cut out of the rock, into which opens 100 mouths, whence do proceed as many voices, which are the answers of the Sibyl. He came to the entrance when the prophetess said, "'Tis time to pray for revelations. The divinity is present." As she spake the words at the very entrance, her countenance and color changed, and her hair was disordered. Her breast heaved, and her violent passions swelled her. She seemed bigger than ordinary, and her voice appeared to be different from that of the mortals. Upon this, her immediate seizure by the divinity. The author assures us that what Aeneas reported actually transpired. He further tells us that the entire coast of which is now called Italy was devoted to that African god, and called Saturnia by the inhabitants. That Aeneas and the Trojans came to Italy, all the Roman authors assure us, and so do the solemnities used in their sacrifices and festivals, as also the Sibylline and Pythic oracles, and many other indications there are of the same. Saturnalia was a major African and Tamil festive day to celebrate the safe journey of the ancestors, Io, Onas, from the flood. Casting out demons and calling up the dead. The Sibyls were known to effect miraculous cures, credited in today's Judeo-Christian tradition exclusively to Christ. However, it was originally the Sibyls, prior to Christ, who were hailed for giving sight to the blind, curing lameness, epileptics, deaf mutes, and lepers. They were said to cast out demons and even to raise up the dead. This last reference is probably meant to call up and materialize the spirit of a dead person. For example, the Cumaean Sibyl Herophile was famed for calling up the spirit of the Apostle Samuel from the dead. This ancient ritual is still in practice today, performed by a sacred priestesshood known as Amengazis in the Mami Wata Vodun traditions of West Africa. The Sibyls were also believed to be immortal and never to die. In one account, it was believed that their spirits, after death, went into the air and became the power of divination by omens and soothsayers, that her body was turned into earth and grew up into herbs. Life after death is a cosmogonic belief that has its counterpart in the Mami Wata Vodun as the Loco tree and the Vodou Azizas. The over-embellished biblical lore recounting Christ sending a pantheon of demons into a herd of pigs, Mark 5:1-20, was not an aberration from African sacrosanct divine priestly powers. Exorcising malevolent spirits is a very common and customary purification African ritual, prescribed for most exorcisms or when the manifestational behavior of a deity demands the erection of an altar. One historic example of this occurred during the time of the Sibyls, when Athens had suffered a catastrophic plague. The Sibyls commanded that a purification rite be performed to appease the spirits. They did this by ceremoniously sending one black and one white sheep through the city, and wherever the sheep clasped, an altar was to be erected. Oracles, prophecies, and holy maxims. As African civilizations established and maintained their military, political, and cultural predominance in the ancient world, the Sibyls availed themselves to all the world's inhabitants. However, they and their divinities were most comfortable within their own cultural milieu, and the majority of their prophecies and daily ritual activities were originally localized and confined to the African city-states, towns, and villages where their temples, clan totems, immediate and extended families resided. As long as these provinces were not violated or threatened with invasions, the deities as a rule remained apolitical and focused on the well-being and preservation of their own. However, the oracles and prophecies of the Sibyls were employed and trusted universally as the holy word of the gods, and depended upon in all manner of life and sudden travails. For example, it was reported by Livy during the reign of Mark Antony that when, in the days of Mark Antony, soldiers were destroyed by storms, and owls and wolves invaded cities, when unexpected sun eclipses darkened the republic, when a thunderbolt damaged the scepter of Jupiter, and when animals brought forth creatures outside their species, The Sibylline oracles were made known, with the result that some men became inspired and uttered prophecies. The popular phrase, "the lot or die has been cast," is derived directly from the many forms of divination employed by the Sibyls, Pythias, in which either a dice or shells were drawn and read according to a list of characters written on a chart. The now widely used Christian custom of praying over unopened letters was already in practice for hundreds of years by the Sibyls, who actually divined and responded to their unopened letters accurately, conveying the seeker's prayers and inquiries. Division in the Holy Empire. The patriarchal revolts. Before there were race and class wars, the first human factional wars were gender. The first groups to engage in such warfare were the Africans. The first level of power in which control was sought was spiritual, economic, and political. Africans possessing the highest levels of spiritual, magical, and mystical power and knowledge for centuries through their ambitious tutelary and clan gods often competed and waged bitter spiritual warfare of mythologic proportion against one another. These divine wars began as one between competing clan gods and soon escalated beyond what the gods had originally intended. The first, apostasy, fall against the divine African mother, appears to have taken place in ancient Egypt. Historians of ancient Egypt, when describing Egypt's rise as a global military power, often assume an amicable joining of Upper and Lower Egypt under King Menes, hailing this event as the greatest political achievement in Egyptian history. This monumental event, the claim, began the golden age of military conquest and global expansion, and the unchallenged rule of Egypt's patriarchal pharaohs. And according to most, it established Egypt's enviable position as a legitimate world power. However, that is the view from history provided by the patriarchs. Upon closer examination, in considering the historical evidence from the view of the matriarchs, indicates that this amicable joining might not have been such a crowning achievement in Egypt's history at all, but rather the opposite. In spite of Egypt's patriarchal military might, the kings and pharaohs of Egypt still had to capitulate to the conquered and declining matriarchs for whom they still must claim their divine blood and spiritual inheritance. The inescapable fact, as well as the exclusive sacerdotal authority and political influence in the world, generated much jealousy, envy, and resentment towards them. So much that it is alleged that 1,000 years later, as matriarchal rule gave way to new waves of patriarchal revolts, the powerful priesthoods of Ammon, Amen, in Khnum, and the clans of Horus boldly declared something never before imagined. They began invading and usurping the holy temples of these divine African mothers, starting in Thebes. They then invaded and usurped the major Sibyl temples in Libya and Ethiopia. As a consequence, many of these matriarchal clans fled, North and East Africa, taking refuge on remote, now Grecian island countries such as Ionia. Many in Thebes fled to the now Grecian Argos, or settled into the ancient African Mitanni Kingdom territories in Asia Minor, Turkey. Many also fled to now Grecian Mycenae and rebuilt their temples, all continuing their service to Mami, Isis, known to them as Demeter, and established sacred African societies such as the Thesmophorians and the Scirophorians. Finally, hundreds, if not thousands, of sibyls and other priestesses opted instead to commit suicide by jumping into the Nile River rather than submit to patriarchal authority. Those temple priests of Ammon who revolted against them slaughtered the ancestral python of the Sibyls, a deliberate act of divine warfare that centuries later, Wegbaja, the first king of Dahomey, is alleged to have committed in his takeover of sacerdotal power against the matriarchal clans in West Africa. After Ammon's priests slaughtered the sacred python, they demanded that separate grand temples be built to Apollo, Ammon, and Zeus, Horus, atop of them. These priests then proceeded to rearrange the cosmological pantheon, placing themselves at the head. A new patriarchal mythos was invented, and the sacerdotal doves were replaced with the fiery eagles of Horus. The Sibyls were then ordered to serve under Apollo, and the thunder god Zeus, Horus, headed by male overseers. The priest then seized control over the Vestals, virgin priestesses, controlling all of their divine functions, especially that of prophecy and healing. According to Greek historian Pausania, the Sibyls would often express their contempt against patriarchal aggression in sacred song and poetic verse. In one famous song recounting the historical truth about their genesis, Sibyl reminds these priests of her divine role in their very existence. For when the world was deluged with a flood of waters, and one man of good repute alone was left, and in a wooden house sailed o'er the waters with the beasts and birds, in order that the world might be refilled, I was his son's bride, and was of his black race, to whom the first things happened, and the last were all made known. And thus from mine own mouth let all these truthful things remain declared. His son's bride is an allegorical reference, reminding the patriarchal masses that the divine kingdoms, of which they proudly claim their legitimacy, is still wrought through the blood of the African mother. However, these voracious proclamations fell on deaf ears, and over time, the matriarchies lost enormous political, economic, and territorial ground. Egypt's patriarchal wars began under Menes, vying for total control of their ancient mothers' empires across Asia Minor, Libya, Troy, and Italy continued unabated. However, their competitors for these empires were not only other African patriarchs. Egypt had no shortage of enemies, of whom they often waged a constant battle for control, namely the fiercely patriarchal Levitical Black Hebrews, later followed by the Dorian Greeks, and then the Assyrians, the Persians, the White Turks, and finally, centuries later, the Romans. In the holy temples, seized by the priest of Ammon, the Tache, divine power of the African matriarchs had long ago departed. Each temple was soon plagued by spiritual and political corruption, commercialization, internal power struggles, and sexual abuse. These crimes further aided to devalue and undermine the Sibyl's exclusive authority as the original and divine mouthpiece of the god-goddesses. Over time, the oracular work, divinations that traditionally only required one Sibyl to perform, now demanded the combined power of three. Centuries later, after the invention of Christianity, Bishop Eusebius, the so-called father of church history, delighting in the decline of their most fiercest competitor, took advantage of this in advancing the Roman papal's agenda against African spiritual predominance in the world. He propagandized and attributed the gradual collapse of the African matriarchies to Christ, who exorcised all demons, including the Sibyl oracles. Although these unfortunate events began the decline of African matriarchal political power, it did not remove them entirely from their seat of sacerdotal power. In spite of the patriarchal takeover of their temples, the deity to whom these Sibyls were the mouthpiece was still Mami, who was worshipped under the many appellations of Isis, a title meaning logos, wisdom, and the fire thunder spirit of the ancestral father Python, originally manifested by Horus, who became known under many names including Asclepius, Dionysus, Attis, Zeus, Apollo. Although the Sibyls recognized Apollo and Zeus politically, they never accepted his predominance over Mami. Nonetheless, it was perhaps the threatening invasions from the barbarous northern Aryan tribes which forced an uneasy political alliance between the Sibyls and the Egyptian pharaohs. More significantly, the usurpation of these temples by a fanatical, patriarchal sect of the priest of Ammon earned them the wrath and contempt of Mami. We are told that under the patriarchs, the nations had become completely corrupted. During prophetic pronouncements, the divine oracles of Mami, speaking through the Sibyls, would always express her disapproval of their actions in her greetings to them. Routinely, she would commence her oracles with the following greeting: Mortal men, bodies of clay, vile nothings, how can you dare to elevate yourselves? And why do ye not think of the end of the world? Angered by the usurpation of her temples and the general corruption wrought throughout the land, the divine African mother prophesied through her Sibyls great woes on the matriarchal cities of Lycia, Smyrna, Ephesus, Corinth, and others, where her temples had been seized and corrupted. Unlike what has been accepted as biblical prophecies today, where the future of Africa and its peoples are mysteriously absent, the Sibyl prophecies from which biblical doctrines are actually derived were very specific to their own African people. In the beginning, as their matriarchal kingdoms, divine power, and political influence around the world began to grow, Their prophecies became even more central to global events and took on a more international, multi-ethnic tone, particularly as they faced the inevitable threat from the invading northern Aryan tribes. These tribes eventually were either absorbed by the matriarchs or they became the new conquerors. As these foreign tribes became the new rulers, the prophecies of the Sibyls became even more pronounced. It is alleged that it was her anger at the seizure of her temples and the subsequent corruption that usually followed why she allowed for Egypt and many of her African nations to fall victim to barbaric and foreign invasions and ultimate ruin as divine punishment. For example, in one not so corrupted prophetic verse, she proclaims through the Sibyl, "Alas for thee, O Libya! Alas for thee, O sea and land in the western nations! How shall you come to the miserable day? You shall come exercised in a conflict which will be terrible and difficult. You shall have a fearful judgment again, and you all shall come to destruction. Because you have destroyed the great Ammon temple of the immortal God, grievously grinding it as it were with iron teeth. For this cause thou shalt see thy land filled with dead bodies, some slain in war, and all the force of evil spirits by famine and plague and by enemies of a barbarous fury. All thy land shall become a desert, and thy cities be forsaken." Under Patriarch, this, as most of the Sibyl prophecies, were altered to name the temple Ammon and substitute goddess to read as God. However, the Omphale temples in Libya were originally dedicated to Athena, Minerva, and Poseidon. Nonetheless, anywhere these sacred temples were violated, usurped, neglected, or destroyed, these prophetic proclamations of doom were made. In another pronouncement, she further warns that in the west a star shall shine, which is called comet, and is a sign of war, famine, and death by plague, and of the slaughter of great commanders and noblemen. And there shall be other great signs among men. For the Maeotic lake and deep Tanais shall not continue their flux of waters, and there shall be plowed land in its channel, but the currents shall become innumerable. There shall be great openings of the earth, and vast caverns shall appear. And men with their cities shall be swallowed up. These cities shall be overthrown in Asia Minor. Jasis, Serb, Pandonic, Colophos, Ephesus, Nicaea, Antiochia, Tanagra, Sinope, Smyrna, Maras, and these towns in Europe, Syragra, Clitas, Bacillus, Merope, Antigone, Magnesia, Mycene, Pantia, wealthy Gaza, Hierapolis, and Astapale. Then know thou that the pernicious people of Egypt are near destruction. And then the last year will be over with the Alexandrians. She foretold a famine, disease, and pestilence, and it was usually during these end cycles that she would speak of the coming of a Savior from the East. Varro tells us this Savior was Isus, or Krishna, claiming that he, the Savior, would dominate the whole and would become a triumphant national hero. Continuing with the fate of Egypt, she proclaims, "O Egypt, a terrible great slaughter shall befall thee, which thou didst hope will never befall thee. A sword shall pass through the midst of thy lands, and dispersion, and death, and famine shall follow. But in the seventh generation of the kings thou shalt have rest." She continues, "Woe to thee, O land of Gog and Magog, lying between the Ethiopian rivers. How great an effusion of blood shalt thou receive, and men shall call thee the house of judgment, and thy well-watered land shall drink black blood." Mentioned in the book of Ezekiel 38 and 39, Gog is a derisive corruption of the ancient African Gargars, located in what is now the Armenian highlands. Gargars is a landlocked country bordering Turkey and Iran. The Gargars are also known as the Gargarensians, and is also one of the ancient locations of the African Arab, Sabaean, Ethiopian clans, who founded the matriarchal Mitanni Empire, and is known as the ancestral home of Queen Nefertiti. Gagars was believed to be the actual location of Mount Arata, just as their Elamite neighbors. The Gagars' ancestral home was probably Sheba, actually Saba, meaning serpent people. Sheba is the name of the ancient city that lies between the Ethiopian rivers, and ancient home of the Sibyl Makeda, popularly known as Queen of Sheba. Opportunistic rise of the Imperial Roman Papacy. Over the centuries, the Sibylline prophecies began to take on a more global and nationalistic tone as Africa began to lose her colonies and political and economic influence in Asia Minor and in the Mediterranean regions. The geopolitical paradigm gradually shifted. During the Roman era, particularly as the Roman Church changed from an apostolic, secular body to an expansionist, imperial power, there is a conscious reassessment of Roman racial and cultural identity, particularly its gradual shift from the worship and dependency on African goddesses, and sacerdotal authority to that of the newly emerging Roman papacy. African matriarchal, cultural, and spiritual predominance in existence since the beginning of time began to be viewed by Roman authorities as a serious cultural liability and an obstacle to the carefully veiled Eurocentric ecumenical ideals now being espoused by Greek philosophers and the church papals. The Roman Church, lacking an original ecclesiastical, liturgical, and theological doctrine of its own, still depended heavily on the Sibylline prophecies and the African, including Buddhist, Judaic, and Mithraic Persians' religious customs, in legitimizing its superior position over the competing Hebrew doctrines. The new Euro-patriarchal world order could no longer afford to tolerate the notion of relying on African matriarchal divine predominance as its fundamental theological and cultural base. Unlike seizing the spoils of war, the African divinities, whose mysteries the Romans did not understand, were ancestrally linked, and thus its divine power could never be completely usurped and controlled by them. Furthermore, the patriarchal Hebrew shepherds, whose holy wars and canons do not predate the prophecies of the Sibyls, also revolted against them, and they later came to be known historically as the Semitic Jews of Palestine. They had long ago broken away from the matriarchal orders and following the historic trend began by the patriarchal priests of Horus and the Babylonian Marduk, the Jews did away with the worship of their primary black goddess, Anath Yahweh, and elevated her minor consort, Jehovah, in her place. They too were competing with the Roman Church for patriarchal dominance in the world. However, the Jews, inheritors of a theological foundation originally established by the African matriarchs, were entirely familiar with African theology, philosophy, and sacred rites. However, in their revolt against them, they needed their own male god and Messiah to prove the legitimacy of their newly chosen status, as well as to free them from Roman oppression and tyranny. Both groups, Jews and Roman papacy, wasted no time in seizing, plagiarizing, and ultimately destroying the original Sibylline prophecies by replacing them with corrupted or complete forgeries to meet their own political, religious agenda. They then flooded the global community with these bogus doctrines, adding further to the confusion in their ongoing propaganda wars against the Roman papacy. More significantly, by proclaiming the prophetic messages of the Sibyls entirely to themselves as the chosen ones, help to undermine and to conceal the African specificity and spiritual identity of the Sibyls. In doing so, the original message and target of the Sibyl prophecies has been obscured and lost over the centuries, thus omitting an extremely critical historical element of African ecclesiastical and prophetic history. The Sibylline oracles were deliberately doctored to attack the very essence of African philosophy, theology, ritual, and liturgical practices, of whom the Sibyls were the very epitome. More revealing, it redirected their prophetic messages away from the African kingdoms, villages, and nation heads from whom it was originally intended. What remained instead was a wholesale condemnation of African spirit and culture, with an external focus exclusively on the messianic hopes of the very Jewish and Roman papal forces responsible for its destruction. Additionally, all of the major prophecies of the Sibyls demanded these propitiation sacrifices to appease the African gods, goddesses, and ancestors, which was yet another source of contention with the Christian papal, who bitterly denounced and rejected them as heathen abominations. Consequently, the papacy rushed to either destroy or to remove these crucial utterances from the Sibyl prophecies as well. Though the Jews and the Roman papal authorities were competing enemies, both were in agreement that the African divine matriarchal authority had to be discredited and ultimately destroyed. The motivations of the Jews stemmed from their hatred of the divine African mother and their bitter break with the patriarchal pharaonic orders of ancient Egypt. The Roman Church's usurpation of her sacerdotal power was motivated out of nothing less than mere political expediency and economic necessity. In the end, what remained for the African was a corruption of their own spiritual doctrines, in which the prophecies of the Sibyls were rewritten to forecast Levitical Jews waiting for their Jehovah, and the Christians awaiting for their second coming of Christ, while the African people and others are left begging for the crumbs of salvation that would fall from the table of what amounts to little more than a politically orchestrated doctrinal and historical lie. All told, there remains scant, credible evidence from either of these groups of the existence of an ancient omnipotent power independent of the divine African mother. Though the Sibyls had lost much of their global kingdoms and international influence, their spiritual advice, healings, and prophecies were still being sought by military leaders, heads of state, and nobility, albeit under the cover of night. Those Sibyls who were not as prominent simply faded away into their rural villages, sacred caves, mystery schools, grottos, and ghettos. Their prophecies now being universally discredited in the ancient world as the work of crazed women harboring demonic spirits. However, this perception would change temporarily as a new generation of Roman patricians came of age. It is important to note that these African-centered prophecies were said to have been given over a period of more than 4,000 years, centuries before the alleged era of the Hebrew prophets or any concept of Christianity, Hinduism, or Islam were ever conceived. The Sibyls claimed in one prophecy that their genesis began in the 10th age of the world, during which time Saturn, Titan, and Japhet were born from the union of heaven and earth. She recounts in detail about the divine lineages of Saturn and all the misfortunes that would befall them in the War of the Titans, and the ultimate division of the world amongst the children of Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto. In the above allegory, the Sibyl appears to be making reference to a mythological story of Saturn, whom, having stolen the rightful succession to the throne from his oldest brother Titan, due to the manipulations of Saturn's wife, Rhea, Titan then declared war against Saturn, defeated him, and held Saturn and his brother captive until Jupiter, Titan's elder son, became a man and released them from their captivity. As a reward, the world was then divided amongst Titan's sons, Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto. Placed back into African cosmology, the Titans and Titanesses, or divinities, lords, are the ancient African pantheon of the seven celestial deities from the Pleiades star system, who were served by the Sibyls. They were introduced into Babylonian and Palestinian astrology by the Afro-Canaanite Phoenician matriarchal clans who settled into ancient Corinth around 2000 BCE. Seven became the mystical number of the ancestral deity Dionysus, and later was applied to the minor fire deity Jehovah. It was also the number by which the African solar gods were torn into pieces and resurrected again, Osiris being the first. The division of the world was believed to be making reference to the fall of the Tower of Babel in ancient Babylon, resulting in the rise of a second Egypt, Persia, and Media, Ethiopia, and later Assyria, Macedonia, and then Rome. It appears to also be making direct reference to the fall of the African matriarchies, resulting in the rise of the patriarchs, and the subjugation of African female, spiritual, and political power, creating a permanent division or fragmenting of the African Sibs. However, around 573 to 808 BCE, with the raging wars and bitter feuding between the Levitical Hebrews and Romans, the heathen prophecies of the Sibyls had proved so accurate and of such global and religious significance that the patriarchal world again began to take notice. Today, in Western history and mythological literature, originally meant to conceal their African identity, the Sibyls' sacred temples are obscurely referred to as simply oracles. However, as the main centers of African spiritual life, they were clearly much more than that, and will henceforth be referred to in their current African religious vernacular as shrines, egbe's, or temples. Additionally, it is important to note that these Sibyl prophetess and the miracles that they performed were never viewed from an African worldview as something extraordinary, remarkable, nor even miraculous. This attitude was not born out of disrespect, but rather when placed within their own religio-cultural African context, direct contact with the spirits, divine phenomena, was common and rather routine in their daily lives. They were not magical manifestations, typically meant to awe or to entertain. Just as today, it was even considered almost sacrilege, either to speak directly about them or to take them out of proportion. It was the Europeans, specifically the Greeks, and later the Romans, who found African ritual and spiritual phenomena extraordinary, and later, through the auspices of the Roman Church, began to categorize them as miracles, making much ado about something viewed as common by the African. For the African, the so-called spiritual phenomena was never viewed as important as the actual divine message and the sacrifices that were needed to appease the anger of the ancestors and their tutelary deities. Historical Sibyls, priestesses of Mami. Figure 13. Sibyl prophetess, misclassified simply as female figure. Her arms close to her heart and bodice, meaning that she is keeper of the mysteries. Greek archaic, circa 650 BCE. Louvre, Paris. Know them by name. Note: many of these dates cannot be confirmed and seem to contradict either the era of nations and rulers or simply are too far in ancient history to be connected with any recordable event. So much of what remains of the lives of the Sibyls are from secondary and tertiary sources. The Catholic Church and its revisionist writers have harbored a monopoly on these African high priestesses since they seized total power and oversaw the destruction of their mystery schools, temples, and libraries. However, this should by no means invalidate who they are and their absolute, critical, and historical significance in linking African divine spirit throughout the fabric of all world history. What is also certain is that the African divine spirit that guided them rests in the blood and ancestral soul of all African people. This ancient tradition still exists in the Mami Isis, Mami Watas, and others in West Africa and in the diaspora. Overview. Just as there were many male prophets during ancient times, but only a few were distinguished from amongst them, this same tradition held true of the Sibyls. Although they maintained grand temples to Mami and the ancestral oracular solar sun serpent deity, and their divine words, prophecies, and wisdom was quoted, honored, and revered all throughout the ancient world. Less than a dozen were elevated to renowned status during any given period of time. Plato, Justine, and Aristophanes tell us that the Sibyls were not a few, all of them embracing the same prophetic life, and for some particular reason, they all chose the appellation of Sibyls, a tradition by the inhabitants which came down to them from their African ancestors. However, the identity of literally hundreds of these original divine African goddesses will never be known. their prophecies and history stolen and plagiarized, their African statues and faces destroyed or deliberately obscured, many overlaid with fake Arab, Greek, and Roman images, reflecting centuries of foreign invasions, cultural theft, and hostile occupations. Although the Sibyls were known to the non African ancient world only as prophetesses, all throughout ancient Africa they were revered as divine. The great mother healers, diviners, and sages, who literally gave birth to the gods and aligned their people to their own personal destiny, divinity, and to their ancestors. The Sibyls were descendants of the first prehistoric matrilineal order of so-called serpent worshipping clans, of whom all African queens, queen mothers, and the ecclesiastical order of priestesses and diviners, healers, artisans, and stone builders were born. It was these warrior queens who fled in droves from Libya, Ethiopia, Uganda, Namibia, southern Syria, Elam, and Babylon into Asia Minor, Ionia, and ancient to join their African and Dravidian sisters, who had already established a new home for the African gods goddess after the Great Flood. In the New World, during transatlantic slavery, it was the descendants of these women and male priests and devotees who jumped into the oceans rather than serve under another wave of colonial invaders. Just as in the modern-day Mami Wata Vodun tradition, the Sibyls honored as Togbui, Amengazi, Hunan, Mama, Queen Mother were all high priestesses. The majority were even married and bore children, and most were required to be over the age of 50. This tenet came about after the rape of a very young Sibyl priestess some centuries ago at the shrine in Delphi. Afterwards, it was decreed that they must all be past their childbearing years. This historical fact was unknown to later church revisionists when they began concealing and obscuring the Sibyls' African identity by referring to them as white, chaste, youthful virgins. In ancient Greece, the Sibyls were also known as Pythia, Pythoness, and Pythians because of the presence of the ancestral father python serpent. The most ancient of their shrines were at Delos. It was claimed to be where the Black Diana, as Artemis, was born, and later, after the seizure of her temples, Apollo and Zeus' names were added to the list as their original birth home. The following Sibyls being described are also historically listed based upon the country in which they were born or where they were said to have prophesied. Depending upon which location and the deity of which they served, the name Sibyl might be phonetically changed into Cybele or Cele and Heli, Eli for the males. Some of the African male prophets have also been called Tomuri, Tomurare, Tomuras, to denote the sacred temple located at the foot of the mountain Thesprotia, located in northwest Greece, Thesprotia, located in northwest Greece, near the river Akron. The sacred river Akron, or River of Woe, was the historic location of one famous carven of the Sibyls, who called up the souls of the dead. It was later demonized by the Roman papals and classified as one of the so-called five rivers of Hades. The name Tamuras, associated with the African order of sun priest, would later be corrupted into the English Thomas, the Apostle, whose prophecies, just as the Book of Enoch, the Book of Jubilees, the Book of Solomon, the Ascensio Moises, and others, have been denounced and excluded from the Bible by the Roman papals as heresy. The inherent benefit of this brief overview and chronology of the Sibyls is that it offers the contemporary reader a global overview of the African matriarchal presence and enormous influence they wielded in the ancient world. Their great impact has always far exceeded the limited physical, cultural, geographical, and political designations of which Africa and the spiritual roles of which African women in particular are confined today. The Sibyls, a brief overview. All dates are approximate. Kume, 3364 BCE, Herophile, meaning deer, initiated to the Mami goddess Hera. Herophile is claimed to be from a province in Asia Minor, Turkey, known as Kume. She was known by several names: Amalthea, Phaemone, Heropila, and Europa, from which Europe derives its name. She was also known as Demophile and Demo. However, some historians suspect these to be the names of other Sibyls. Kume is also claimed to be the Palestinian Sabe, Cushite Black Sibyl. She is one of the oldest and first of the two black doves, claiming to be the daughter or daughter-in-law of Oannes, whom they actually called Ioa, and present-day Christians call Noah. Kume was a high priestess of the Mami deity Hera, meaning Lady Protectress, who under African patriarchy was later paired with as the sister wife of the thunder god Zeus. Kume lived in a cave during the time of Roman Tarquin the Elder. She is said to have also lived on the island of Samos and to have traveled extensively throughout Asia Minor, Turkey. At Delphi, during patriarchal occupation of the temples, Kume is said to have sung endlessly to her sacred deity installed in the sacred Omphe. In one of her favorite epitaphs, she sang, I, Sibylla, Phoebos, wise woman, am hidden under a stone monument. I was a speaking virgin, but voiceless. In this manacle by the strength of fate, I lie close to the nymphs, Mami, and to Hermes. I have not lost my sovereignty. The above song is a chant of political and spiritual protest, making direct reference to the takeover of the Sibyl temples by the priest of Oman, Amen, Apollo. In the above song, she is declaring where her true power and divine authority rest, meaning with Mami and Hermes, the healer and opener of roads. She also makes reference to the African ancestress title of Phoebo or Phoebe, meaning moon. It is one of the sacred names of the Black Diana and an honorary title held by all Sibyls. However, Apollo's priest having made the divine son equal to that of the mother, declared this same title for themselves by altering it to the masculine Phoebus. As high priestess of the underworld, one of Kume's form of divination was with the sacred laurel leaf. She would write her prophecies on laurel leaves and leave them for the wind to scatter and fall into their own random order at the entrance of her cave. In one account, Kume reportedly gathered 9 of her books and marched into town and presented them to the first Afro-Etruscan king of Rome, Tarquin, for a price of 300 gold pieces. He, now Christianized, cast dispersion upon her as a poor black heathen and refused to purchase them. Angered, Kume promptly set ablaze 3 of the sacred books of prophecies and represented the remainder, demanding the same price. Again, Tarquin refused. Again, Kume proceeded to burn 3 more of her prophetic books and again demanded the same price for the last remaining 3. Shocked and disturbed by Kume's persistence and mere audacity, Tarquin immediately consulted the augurs, black diviners. The diviners admonished him for his disrespect of the great prophetess and demanded that he quickly purchase the remaining 3 books. This Tarquin promptly did, and after examining them, he soon realized their great significance. According to the Roman historian Pliny, those remaining 3 prophetic books were held in such high esteem that they were placed in the Capitol, protected by 15 guards appointed by Tarquin. Kume's prophetic texts were only consulted in national crises, and special permission, though never granted, had to be obtained to view them. Tarquin sent emissaries all over the Black world, visiting the heathen shrines of the Sibyls, now scattered throughout the Roman-appointed African ghettos, to gather any remaining books. By then, the Jews, Hebrews, were already plagiarizing or making their own propaganda, passing them off as the authentic Sibylline oracles. What is being implied here is that these prophetic books of the Sibyls became the sole and undisputed precursor to the Western Christian Bible. The prophecies, oracles, and revelations of the Sibyls were systematically retrieved, purchased, stolen, and haphazardly collected by various means, all throughout the ancient world where their temples existed. Many books were later plagiarized, revised, or altered and compiled into one holy book known as the Sibylline Oracles. Those books that were used to compile what is known today as the Judeo-Christian Bible were then credited exclusively to male prophets or its author listed simply as unknown. To further conceal the identity of its true authors, the gender of God was changed from feminine to masculine. Originally, within each prophetic verse, it is claimed the Sibyls made praises to Mami as Our Lady and proclaimed that she was greater than any other god in the world. Those books for which it was hard to conceal their African matriarchal origins were simply destroyed or relegated to heresy. Roman Senator Cicero, the orator, writes that the last 3 books of Kume's were deliberately burned in a fire by the Roman governor Stilicon the tyrant. Stilicon was eternally hated by all of Rome for his sacrilegious act, which prompted a universal reaction from poets, scholars, and musicians alike. So worshipped was this Sibyl of Cumea that she was immortalized in one of her appellations as Europa, for which Europe is allegedly named. Lydian traveler and geographer Pausanias is said to have written that upon Cumea's death, her ashes were kept in an urn at the temple of Apollo. Erythraean Ethiopian Sibyl. This Sibyl's name is recorded by Greek historians as Eryphile or Erythraean. According to the Greeks, Erythraean refers to the ancient name for the Indian Ocean, its location being where one of the temples from which this Sibyl either worked or was born. This Ethiopian Sibyl was also one of the most famous known prophetess from the Delphi shrine, located in the now biblical Ephesus. Eryphile is further reputed to be one of the oldest Sibyls from Africa. So old, in fact, that she is claimed to be the actual daughter-in-law of Noah, Loa, and a crowned priestess of the Mami deity Artemis, Black Diana. Eryphile is also recorded as the second of the two black doves, who was sent to find dry land and to found the holy oracle shrines at Delphi and at Dodona. According to Greek historian and philosopher Strabo, Eryphile was one of the inspired and prophetic African women among the ancients. We are told that when Eryphile first came out as an initiated prophetess, she foretold everyone's destiny, referring to them by name. She foretold what should befall them and delivered it in verse, parable, and that after some time she recovered her human form again. According to Afro-Greek historian Apollodorus, 2nd century BCE, who was then a native of Ionia, Eryphile foretold of the Greeks' invasion of then Ethiopian Troy and predicted their military success. She also foretold that the Greek poet Homer would someday write a number of books of fiction. She admonished him in advance of what he would do once the Greeks became firmly established in ancient Troy. She predicted that he would build his literary career by studying and then plagiarizing her prophetic words, and by copying her poetic style, claiming it as his own. Eryphile's prediction came true when Homer published his famous poem, The Odyssey, hailed as the first great work of Western literature. These two poems, based on Afro-Grecian gods and religious culture, set the standard for Western epic poetry. So dependent upon were the prophetic verses of this African Sibyl that the Roman Senate reportedly sent 15 ambassadors to the city where Eryphile resided to obtain her verses to place in the Roman capital. The above information is all that remains on the life of Eryphile. There is no current record of how Eryphile's life ended. Hellespontica, 500 BCE. Hellespontica is said to have been born in a Trojan war camp called Marmesso during the reign of Cyrus, the king of Persia, Iran. The Persians, who envied and despised the Egyptians and Ethiopians, finally captured many of their major Grecian and other Mediterranean colonies, enslaving its black inhabitants and forcing many into camps. The Persians were alleged to have taken Hellespontica's extraordinary praises for the Black Diana, or Isis, and put them in the mouth of the Virgin Mary, known to the Afro-Asian ancient world to be a fictitious Western concept. The above information is all that remains on the life of Hellespontica. Her ancient depiction was one of an elderly black woman carrying sheaves of corn as the Ethiopian Mami deity Kore. There is no current record of how Hellespontica's life ended. Samia, 294 BCE. Samia is said to be from the Grecian islands of Samos, one of the earliest settlements of the Black Libyan matriarchal clans, who immigrated there around 2500 BCE. Samia was also known as Hierophila. She was said to have lived during the time of the Black Roman king Numa Pompilius. She is quoted by early Roman writers such as Sosimeno, Sudas, Nicephorus. There is no current record of how Samia's life ended. Phrygia, 2996 BCE. Phrygia was a high priestess of the Black Diana, Artemis, Sibylle. She, as her name implies, was claimed to be a Phrygian, one of the indigenous Black Proto-Elamite clans of Asia Minor. Her mother was said to be Dardanus, and her father was a Black Turkish king named Naso. Phrygia lived in the small city of Anzyra and was said to be prophesying at or sometime before the era of King Solomon. Phrygia is credited with the same miracles and prophecies of her predecessors. Depending on who's writing the history, she is claimed to be the first. There is no current record of how Phrygia's life ended. Figure 14. Pre-Grecian islands and parts of Asia Minor showing African matriarchies during Greek and later Persian occupation. The ancient Ethiopian clan of Phrygians, now Western Turkey, are mentioned by the Sibyls to be the oldest inhabitants on earth. Libyan Sibyl, 2815 BCE. Her name is given by Franciscan monks, her chief rivals, as Bybisa or Eliza. There is no known record of how Bybisa worked or how she lived. However, what is recorded is that centuries later, Bybisa's prophetic verses would be seen badly plagiarized and corrupted by Pope Sixtus V, 1521 to 90 CE. Namely, the usual altering of the Sibyl's prophetic words and spiritual works, and crediting them to their own Christian prophets and to their Christ. In one alteration, Sixtus places into the mouth of Bybiza that a Christian Savior would come and heal the sick, make the blind see, the lame walk, etc. The obvious flaw with this is that these miracles the Sibyls themselves did and had been doing for centuries. Sixtus further has Bybiza prophesying that this Savior would recline his sacred limbs on the lap and arms of the Queen of Heaven. This attribute is only given to the Queen Mother, priestesses, and prophetesses of Mami Isis, known by her many names, most notably in ancient Greece as the Black Diana. There is no current record of how Bybisa's life ended. Themis of Delphi, 2802 BCE. Themis is said by Roman and Greek historians to have been born at Delphos, Boeotia, Greece, and that her name was Themis or Anthemis, an initiated priestess of Artemis. Themis is said to be the daughter of the famous Black Theban diviner and priest Tiresias and his high priestess wife, Daphne. She is reputed to have prophesied before the destruction of Ethiopian Troy and to have written about Priam, the Black King of Troy, and his main wife, Hecuba. Namely, during the Trojan Wars, Priam's alliance of Paris and Helen into ancient Black provinces in Troy. It is this Sibyl that Homer is alleged to have also plagiarized her prophecies to write the Iliad. Themis was worshipped all throughout ancient Rome, where a statue was built in her honor. It was in a province called Georgus in Troy that Themis was known as Georgian, and a scepter to her was built in the temple of Apollo. It was also in this city where coins were minted of her, alongside an engraving of the Sphinx. There is no record of how Themis' life ended. Sambetha of Persica, 2769 BCE, also known as Chaldea and Hyrea. Her name is given by Franciscan monks as Sambetha. She is claimed by the Roman Catholic papals to be the first prophetess. Sambetha is said to be the daughter of the Black Chaldean historian Barroso and her mother, Aramonta. The shrine location from which Sambetha came was a Mami shrine to Astarte. However, mention is made of Sambetha by Nicanor, Greek historian of Alexander the Great, in which her prophecies had been altered to have predicted the coming of a Christian Savior, John the Baptist, and of the death and crucifixion of his Savior. It is important to keep in mind that punishment by crucifixion was originally a Black, Phoenician, Carthaginian, Canaanite practice, adopted centuries later by the Romans. These Sibyls, too, were also African, and the subject of their prophecies were, as a rule, devoted to their own people and not to their own priestly orders. Therefore, the above allegations by Nicanor and much of what Sambetha had originally prophesied and to whom she was actually referring had long been corrupted by the Roman papals. This Sibyl prophetess, Sambetha, is claimed to have written 84 books of prophecy, now all allegedly destroyed. She is said to have lived a long time. There is no record of how or where she died. Sibyl of Cumaea, Cimera, 600 to 700 BCE. No exact birth date has been given, but this Sibyl prophetess is claimed to have been around during the time of the Black Roman legislature and King Numa Pompilius, who was also a priest of the water goddess Igeria. However, she is believed to be a different Sibyl from the Sibyl at Cumae in Asia Minor, Turkey. This Sibyl of Cumae is of Cimera, a small province in Campania, Italy. She was called Cimeria or Chimita, but was said to have been born in Babylon. Samaria is said to also be the daughter of a Berosus, the Black historian who wrote the history of the Chaldeans. However, this might be mere speculation, because some accounts have Berosus to have lived between 330 and 260 BCE. Samaria is said to have lived in a cliff cavern on Mount Goris, several miles from Cumaea in Rome. Many Sibyls came and went from this region, but not all were endowed with the gift of divination or prophecy. One Sibyl named Diophebe even allegedly lived to 110 years and remained enshrined in the cave, as did most heads of state. Roman Emperor Claudius recounts having visited Cimmeria after his ascendancy to the throne. According to him, before being permitted to visit the Sibyl, I had to sacrifice a bullock, castrated bull, and a ewe, sheep, to Apollo and to Artemis, respectively. Cimmeria is said to be the prophetess to have conducted Ananias' ritual descent into hell. The more likely scenario is that Samaria served as the ceremonial priestess who conducted the rites of the dead, so that Ananias, who as a priest of Mami would have a successful voyage back to the world of the ancestors. In the Catholic Mass of the Dead, they have a line which reads, Test David cum Sibylla, which they attribute to Samaria. Pagan turned Christian Saint Justus, 100 CE, tells us that Cimmeria used to ascend to some high place and teach the people. More importantly, it was this Sibyl who first divided her prophecies by designating the nation epochs by metals. Roman poet Virgil, 7 BC to 19 BCE, who is alleged to have actually seen the original books and even plagiarized some of her prophecies, claimed in his Aeneid that Cimmeria divided them into the age of iron, gold, bronze, etc., a prophetic book which is now allegedly destroyed, and the credit for designating nations to metals is now given to the Christian prophet Daniel for the book of Daniel, and to St. John for the book of Revelation. The Romans credit Cimmeria with prophesying the birth of Julius Caesar and his nephew Augustus. The most black augur diviner Navius speaks about Cimmeria in his book on the Punic Wars. There is no record of how or where Cimmeria died. Sibyl of Tiburtina, 30 BCE. She is claimed to be a native of Tibur, Tivoli, a city outside of Rome. She was known by the name Albinea. She prophesied during the reign of Augustus Caesar. The vision of the Black Madonna and Child is one he experienced while in a heathen temple before the invention of the Virgin Mary. The Black Madonna is depicted carrying a palm branch, which later became one of the emblematic symbols of the Western Christ. Albumea was later worshipped as a divinity, where a shrine was built for her in a community near the Anis River. This shrine was, as were others, eventually seized by the Order of Catholic Observance of St. Francis and incorporated as most of its religious attributions credited to the white Virgin Mary. There is no record of how or when Albumea died. The Sibyl Agrippina. She is said to have been a native Black Egyptian and was called Egyptia, Agrippa, or Sanbera and Norsica. Nothing is known of this Sibyl, except that she was quite recent in history. Agrippa was merely referred to as the Sibyl of Norsica. Norsica, a city in Perugia, Italy, and is now a diocese. During the Inquisitions 15 to 1600s and persecutions of African traditionalists, Agrippa lived in a cave and still tried to maintain a tradition of worship and initiations to Mami. She was constantly mocked and ridiculed by the locals as insane and as one who copulated with serpents. By then, the papacy had succeeded in facilitating the downfall of the Sibyls through widespread defamation. There is no record of how or when Agrippa died. Priscilla, Prisca, and Maximilia, 240 to 250 CE. These last two Sibyls are actually the ancient African foremothers and father to the modern-day Black charismatic Baptists and Pentecostals, because it is they, along with a priest named Montanus, all natives of Phrygia, now Western Turkey, who first learned to adapt African spirits to the forced Western Christian paradigm in the mid-2nd century CE. Because the Roman Imperial Church decided that after the ascension of Christ, the age of the apostles and the age of prophecy was over. They violently suppressed all African prophetic voices, especially those of the Sibyl priestesses. This group, as did other Africans, were still being born and called by their divinities, as thus founded the New Prophecy movement, in which to voice their divine utterances. Although dubbed as Christian heresy by the Roman Imperial Church, Montanus and the Sibyl priestesses, undeterred, forged ahead. The patriarchal papal authorities, refusing to accept a Black woman's gift of prophecy, instead credited her divine utterances to Montanus, proclaiming that, "Behold, man as a lyre, and I play upon him, as with a plectrum. Man sleeps, and I arouse him. Behold, it is the Lord who throws men's souls into ecstasy and gives them a heart." Figure 15, 199 to 217 CE. Roman catacomb of Sibyl priestess Priscilla, Prisca, and Maximilia. When the Black matriarchs lost their sacerdotal and political powers in Rome, many were murdered, probably for heresy. Gender code words such as man and Lord that did not exist until the advent of patriarchy are clearly edited versions of the Sibyl's original prophecies, which always made reference to the Divine Mother. Masculine pronouns were inserted by church officials to render them consistent with their own corrupted church doctrines. In spite of this, the Black Montanist movement quickly spread in the African and diaspora religious communities all throughout Europe, Asia, and North Africa. So afraid and alarmed at being exposed, Roman church officials haphazardly and routinely rounded these followers up and tried to exorcise the divine African spirits, now classified as demons, from them. When that didn't work, they simply had these followers excommunicated, accusing them of heresy. Expressing the general sentiment of the Roman papals and patricians against these African women, Roman theologian Hippolytus, circa 236, categorically denounced the Sibyls, claiming that they, Montanists, have learned more from these women than from the law and prophets and the Gospels, but they magnify these wretched women above the apostles and every gift of grace, so that some of them presume to assert that there is in them something superior to Christ. What angered Imperial church officials the most was the audacity of the Sibyls to structure their church hierarchy in the original African matriarchal Sibs, and to elevate Eve, a disguise for Mami, above Adam. This spurred Greek theologian Eusebius, circa 263 to 339, whom fueled the misogynist rage to declare, "The Montanists maintain a special reverence for Eve because she ate from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. They acknowledge the sister of Moses as a prophetess in support of their practice of anointing women to the clergy. Women among them are bishops, presbyters, and the rest, as if there were no difference in nature." Nonetheless, Hippolytus did convey that they prophetess preached the end of the world, were the first to introduce dietary restrictions such as fast and festivals, meals of parched food, and repast, fast of radishes, alleging that they, the Montanists, have been instructed by women to do so. Montanists preached for men and women to leave their spouses and to prepare for the New Jerusalem, the second coming of Christ, and to anticipate for the end of the world. This New Jerusalem Montanist was referring to was not the Jerusalem during the time of Dud, King David, preached by Roman and Jewish clerics, but rather the original Jerusalem, first built by the ancient Odes, Black Ethiopian Jews, who originated out of ancient India and Afro-Syria. This particular sect worshipped the old Black Buddhist religion, which celebrated the divine African mother. The second coming, preached by Montanus, was referring to the 10th or 11th incarnation of the solar sun savior, prophesied by the ancient Sibyls. However, these critical theological distinctions became blurred and completely lost as Roman and Jewish hegemony began to dominate the ancient world, and their relentless campaign of destroying the books, prophecies, traditions, and temples of the old African goddesses, and replacing it with their exclusive religious propaganda. After Montanus' death, the Sibyls restructured the church and added their own scriptures and excluded the Western Christian version, which they believed to be fraudulent. They maintained a rigorous legalistic moral code, discouraged second marriages, and encouraged martyrdom when threatened. Their charismatic church of transposition and prophecy was so popular that the Afro-Roman theologian Tertullian left the Imperial Roman Church and went back to his ancestral homeland of Carthage and joined them, a nation where the religion quickly flourished. This deliberate act of cultural and religious militancy by Tertullian embarrassed the Roman Church and made it even harder for the imperial papal authorities to destroy the Montanist movement. Instead, the church papals simply chose to ignore them. Over the centuries, as patriarchal control and the suppression of women in Africa became standard cultural fare, the Montanist churches began to reflect this. More men and less female clergy were appointed, and it soon became simply another patriarchal religious sect in support of the Catholic Church and the current status quo. The final destruction of the Sibyl prophecies and the dilemma of Rome and the Papal Church. The Sibylline books were rendered in the same exact poetic and symbolically rich language which was considered the trademark of the first Sibyl priestess, Phimonoe. This style was used as a measure of authenticity of any prophetic document written during the pre-Christian era. However, after all was said and done, the warring patriarchal factions of the Levitical Hebrews and those of the budding Christian papals began creating a flood of confusing and contradictory forgeries, espousing their own brand of dogma and attributing them to the Sibyls. This was the motivating impetus behind St. John, alleged author of the Book of Revelation, a prophetic text which many in the ancient world believe was actually authored by the Sibyl Hierophile, when he makes the astounding threat that I solemnly swear, if anyone adds anything to what is written, God shall add to him the plagues written in this book. Revelations 22:16 to 19. A typical preemptive threat employed by the warring Christian and Jewish sects. Both of them were widely disseminating corrupted and altered Sibyl text. One of the main issues of contention in establishing Levitical and Christian legitimacy was in changing the name Exosa, whom the Sibyls stated would be the next Savior, and replacing it with that of either Jesus or Yahweh Jehovah. Ixosa appears to be an African Chaldean name, similar to Exutros, the Mami fish deity later known as Oannes. Higgins asserts that the pagan Sibyl prophecies being much clearer than those of the Jews. The Platonist philosophers annoyed because they clearly foretell a great person to come, and unless they allowed it to be Jesus Christ, they could not make nothing of them. Another crucial factor which created a political and theological dilemma for both of these groups was that these prophecies, spanning more than 4,000 years, were inherently intended for the African nations and their clerics, where the major temples of the Black Goddess and the temples of Ammon stretching from Egypt, Israel, Turkey, Greece, and Rome were addressed cyclically by her. The Sibyls were African and were the main oracle of the serpent worshipping tribes. Thus, their prophetic spirit was indeed an ancestral spirit who had issued forth these divine prophecies since the beginning of time. The church papals knew this, but had already condemned the serpent spirit as a manifestation of the highest evil. Figure 16. The Sibylline Oracles, translated from the Greek into English, blank verse, by Milton S. Terry, professor in Garrett Biblical College. New edition, revised, after the text of Rouge, New York, Eaton and Mains, Cincinnati, Kurtz and Jennings, 1899. Fragments of the Sibylline Oracles, reprinted by Milton Terry, are all that remains of the prophecies of the African Sibyl prophetesses, whose sacerdotal power and matriarchal kingdoms once ruled the ancient Mediterranean world for more than 6,000 years. Nearly all of their prophecies have been either destroyed, rewritten, altered, or woefully corrupted at the hands of both their Jewish and Christian rivals to reflect their own patriarchal bias and religious agendas. Even until today, the Sibyl's African identity has been completely omitted, in which they are claimed in modern literature to be either non African, Greek, Roman, Jewish, Persian, or even simply being described as white virgin Christians. Rome reneges on promise to divine African mother. Meanwhile, as the Roman patricians remained busy expanding its empire and consolidating its power, the social, economic, and political climate began to change in Rome. The Roman Church had long ago removed itself from being simply. It became more concerned with territory and acquiring wealth, and with gaining absolute control as an imperial world power. By the 6th century CE, patriarchal Africa, who had acquired much of its political and economic power by usurping the African matriarchs and later through military expansion, had lost much of its economic and political predominance in the ancient world. Many of the African temple priests and priestesses, accustomed to expensive gifts, entertaining high dignitaries, and other such luxuries, succumbed to complete corruption. The African clergy began opening the temples only on certain days and charging exorbitant prices for ceremonies and sacrifices, making them accessible only to the elite. An entire crop of foreign impostors having purchased initiations to acquire economic clout and social status passed themselves off as authentic Sibyls, Bacchades, cures, priests, and diviners, creating fringe cults and bizarre systems of rituals and worship, where many of these sacred laws and taboos were being ignored or violated. Additionally, a new generation of Caesars, Christians, and politicians, nurtured on a racist diet of political and religious propaganda, born from Greek and Roman philosophers and theologians, were espousing a more supremacist doctrine, which entailed divorcing themselves from all foreign, especially African, religious and cultural influences. Constantine the first Christian and pagan emperor, reigned as a priest of Sophia, Artemis, Black Diana. Claiming Black Hellenic matriarchal lineage, Constantine maintained the festivals to her, but fearing a resurgence of the old matriarchal divine orders, he outlawed, on penalty of death, all forms of divination, ancestral sacrifices, and festive ceremonies. He knew these sacerdotal functions could only be performed through lineage, African priests, priestesses, which included the Sibyls, Pythoness, Pythias, which would quickly usurp the authority of the Roman papals, and they were therefore outlawed. Figure 17. 400 CE Roman catacombs of Black Roman citizen carrying religious offering, The level of persecution was such that many of the devotees of the Sibyls and others suffered horribly under the Imperial Church in Rome. Most resorted to clandestine meetings in the underground catacombs to honor their African ancestors, deities, and martyrs. Broken promises. Sibyl goddess curses Rome. Constantine, who once tolerated for political reasons African and other religious traditions, also began a campaign of destroying all of the African temples and shrines, especially in Asia Minor, Turkey. He finished off the final destruction at Delphi by pillaging and carting off all of its art, books, and sanctuaries to adorn his new Christian temple at Constantinople, Turkey. Later, he and his Christian emissaries invaded, destroyed, and pillaged Carthage and the Temple of Tenet. These deliberate acts of sacrilege negated a centuries old promise made by the earlier Caesars to the black goddess Diana that Rome would never invade or destroy Carthage, nor to persecute her people. However, under the current emperor Julian, 361 to 63 CE, Constantine's nephew, he tried to maintain this promise and attempted to restore many of Black Diana's temples, but he only lived 2 years. The political process arguing the continued destruction or attempts to revive African religious customs and institutions throughout Rome and her colonial territories shuffled back and forth in the Roman Senate for decades. Determined to rid Rome and Europe of African matriarchal and spiritual dependency, Roman General Theodosius I, death 376 CE, promptly confronted the Senate, who for 1,200 years kept their promise to the African mother. He demanded that they stop financial support of the African temples, to hold festivals to the African goddess and to other gods. The Senate responded that the African gods had blessed them immensely and that they would continue to bring money to the African priest for the usual sacrifices. The infamous Theodosius responded that they should embrace Christianity, claiming that the Roman treasury had no further funds for making the annual sacrifices. Thus, the edict, Religio Paganorum, had been issued, classifying African based traditions as heathenistic and pagan. In the year 451 CE, by pain of death, all forms of foreign and African religion were outlawed by a constitutional amendment under Emperor and cousin of Theodosius Valentinian III. General Stilicho, a Gaul German, by imperial decree struck a major blow when he demolished the Temple of Apollo. The final death blow was delivered by Theodosius and his sons during the reign of Emperor Valentinian I, 321 to 75 CE. Now, backed by the full support of the Roman Senate, Theodosius, in a violent wave of delight and fury, began in Europe, where he closed and destroyed all of Isis, Black Diana's temples, before turning his virulent rage against those remaining temples in Rome. Temple reports. Among the unspeakable crimes being referred to was the destruction by Bishop Theodosius of the Great Library of Alexandria because it contained heathen literature, which so often took place at the hands of fanatical, a Christian bishop attempting to wipe out all traces of history before Christ, and not as a result of an accidental fire, as the story is usually told. All throughout Africa, especially, the Romans destroyed all of Mami's major temples and established monks and hermits, or they urinated and defecated in its ruins to make certain the Africans did not rebuild them. In their diabolical mayhem, they also destroyed the remaining Sibylline oracles anywhere that they found them, especially in Rome. More than 300 years after the death of Christ, Rome was now officially a Christian nation, and all forms of divination, rituals, and sacrifices were strictly prohibited. From that moment onwards, according to some accounts, Rome began to experience all forms of misfortunes. Because of these crimes and the promises not kept by Rome to the divine African mother, the African spirits were inconsolably grieved and angry. Africans and those who followed the old religious order were routinely denounced, ridiculed, persecuted, crucified, and rendered ignorant heathens. Subsequently, the Sibyls took great pleasures in forecasting the certain ruin of Rome. The peculiar dilemma of the Imperial Papacy. With the old African traditions well suppressed, the Roman papal still had one major problem. They could not get around the undeniable fact that the Sibyl prophecies were still the only legitimate authority of a high and divine order, being exploited by both Roman and Jew Hebrew sides to advance their own political agendas. According to Higgins, these Sibyl prophecies have been equally troublesome to the Roman priest and Greek philosophers. The divines would have been very glad of them, but the adoption of them carried with it the shocking consequence that God must have had such bad taste as to have preferred even the wicked Sibyl pagans to his own people. The papal authorities' problems were further complicated by the fact that most of the ritual remedies inherent and specific within the Sibyl prophecies required the traditional sacrificial propitiation, of which only the Sibyls and other African priests could legitimately perform. The arrogant Roman papacy found the idea of animal sacrifice repulsive and had to either categorically reject the oracles entirely, discredit the Sibyls, or find a means to remove that specific requirement from the Sibyls' prophetic books completely. This ignorant and contemptuous attitude by them is reflected in the statement made by Bell. How much soever they, the Sibyls, might pretend to prophesy, they could not have it by divine inspiration, for most of the oracles, when consulted by the Romans, directed to the most idolatrous and abominable rites. Therefore, if they, the Sibyls, had the gift of prophecy, They must have received it from diabolical or evil spirits. The attempt to remove all references to animal sacrifice created a flood of forged documents from both the Jewish and Roman camps, both groups putting into the mouths of the Sibyls contradictory and absurd prophetic admonishments and arguments against idolatry. This caustic and convoluted propaganda worked in both of their interest. However, the Roman and Jewish clerics' rationale in justifying the continued use of the Black Sibyl prophecies was becoming more absurd and irrational by the minute. Consider the following. Because idolatry had been introduced in the world, and the devil, to confirm the false divinities, found a great success in giving answers through the idols, in order that those who came to consult them should believe that these divinities were the true God. These answers were given in many temples of the idols, and the most remarkable ones were in Dodona, a province in Egypt, where, according to Diodorus Siculus, in the depth of a wooden forest there was a temple dedicated to Jupiter, another name for Ammon. Theft, plagiarisms, and other exploitations of the Sibyl's prophecies. We are told that St. Augustine, the great doctor of the Christian Church, employed corrupted and plagiarized prophecies of the Sibyls in his 22-book treatise on the City of God. Similarly, the Sibyl's fourth eclogue, considered to be a masterpiece of pagan prophecy, was massacred by the Roman poet Virgil in his so-called Oratio ad Sanctum Coitum. They were not alone. The list of writers who heavily quoted from these Black prophetesses included other church fathers who had formed a committee specifically to adulterate their sacred works. Included were Clemens Alexandrinus, Justin, Martyr, Athenagoras, Theophilus of Antioch, Tertullian, Lactantius, Eusebius, Saint Jerome, Saint Austin, and Tacitus, and others, all of whom were hailed by the Church Fathers as a distinguished body of Sibyllists. An appointment to the board of Quindam Semviri was considered a very high honor. Their main objectives were in destroying their most threatening rivals, Judaism and African idolatry, and employing both Judaism and the Sibyl prophecies in laying the eschatological, theological, and philosophical foundation of Christianity. The final destruction. As stated earlier, as long as African deities remained the divine and prophetic authority in Rome, the ecclesiastical and political power would remain in the hands of the African priestesses. This, along with the Roman patricians being unable to navigate around the many prophecies intended for the African pagan masses, frustrated Augustus. To begin the dismantling of the African gods' hold on Rome, he issued a decree to destroy the Sibylline oracles. He then proceeded to burn more than 2,000 of them and forbade by punishment of death the reading of the Sibylline books. He kept only those that could be altered or that addressed the ultimate fate of Rome. These actions followed years of persecution, discrimination, and social ostracism, reminiscent of modern day politicians, each successive emperor promising to restore the old Africans' gods in order to garner political support, only to later renege on their promises. The Christians, centuries later, revised this history and proclaimed themselves as being the ones persecuted. However, the evidence reveals otherwise. One case in point is when Roman Emperor Nero, 37 CE to 68, after attempting to find some guidance in the Sibylline books that would calm the growing resentment and disconnect of the persecuted African and Gentile masses, was hailed as a hero in the following praise song. Hail, Olympian victor! Hail, Pythian victor! Augustus, Augustus! Hail, Nero, our Hercules! Hail, Nero, our Apollo! The only victor of the grand tour, the only one from the beginning of time. Augustus, Augustus, O divine voice! Blessed are they that hear thee. It is obvious that these proclamations of gratitude and praise are not to Jesus, but rather to the lineage of the African ancestors and Sibyls, including Augustus, who installed the Black Diana as promised to the goddess. In many of the African lore that flourished in Asia Minor and all throughout Greece and Rome, the black Egyptian Hercules would often be equated with Atlas or with Noah. Pope declares, Age of Apostles and Prophecy over. All future African prophetesses and prophets labeled frauds and heretics. The Levitical Jews, just as the Muslim Arabs, both claim Abraham, whom was neither Arab or Jew, as their divine ancestor. These Jews also claim that their Hebrew prophets parallel those of the Sibyls. However, they do not answer why the Jews altered the prophecies of the Sibyls made from their Omphale temple in Palestine, just to assure the hegemony of their fire god Yahweh Jehovah over the Christian Jesus. They plagiarized and published, in particular, Sibylline books 3, 4, and 5, and widely circulated their own corrupted versions of these sacred oracles in the name of Jehovah. We are told by Higgins that the etymological root of Jehovah, Aiwe, or Ai, had been deliberately disguised to conceal that it was an ancient phrase word for Krishna. Ai, Ie, Jah is also the symbol atop the Omphale temple at Delphi, and whose image was found in the ancient temple ruins at Thebes. In other words, when this faction of Hebrews broke away from the divine African mother, they deliberately disguised their ancestral connection to her and the Oannes, who actually have their ancient roots in Ethiopian India. According to him, it was actually Krishna, whom the Sibyls are said to come after Buddha, as the next incarnation of the sun god. These Jews further altered the oracles and placed into the mouths of their own prophets, proclaiming themselves as the persecuted and chosen people, for whom the divine African mother, now changed to Yahweh Jehovah, was referencing. Roman theologian Tertullian, 160 to 230 C, even admits that the Sibyl Prophecies was ancienter than all the heathen learning that told real events, and whose words you have put into the mouths of your prophets instead of the demons. By this time, African deities were, as a rule, referred to as the Christianized, demons, a Greek word actually meaning spirit or familiar. More profoundly, what is being implied in the above is an admission that the biblical books claimed to have been written by Hebrew prophets may have actually been the prophecies of the Sibyls. Over time, being aware of the monumental task and near impossibility of removing all traces of the Sibyls from written history, the Jews, in attempting to disguise the African, pagan, heathen origins of the Sibyls, delineated them as being of Persian, Aryan descent and of the Zoroastrian order. However, when one considers the philosophy of Zoroaster, a fiercely nationalistic and virulent misogynistic Iranian prophet who hated women and predicted that most were doomed to go to hell, one can appreciate the utter absurdity and recklessness of such a historic cover up. The Roman Church, in their ignorance and ambition, acquired and doctored the Jews' corrupted verses until one could hardly distinguish one forgery from the other. Not wanting to acknowledge the prophecies as being forged to establish the foundation of Christianity, the Christian papacy forbade the reading of the Bible entirely. Then, in an attempt at covering all of their bases, they historically documented the most famous of these Sibyls as being white, virgin, saved, pure, and Christ inspired. Their official justification being this agitation of the devils and the replies of the idols lasted until the coming of Christ our Lord, who brought the olive branch as a sign that the tempest of idolatry has passed away. Nonetheless, though the Jews and Christians were feuding rivals, it was in both of their interests to suppress the prophetic power, influence, and worship of the divine African mother. As a final act of apostasy, in their corrupted books, they both placed in the mouth of the Sibyls proclamations speaking against idolatry, serpent worship, initiations, polytheism, divination, sacrifice, astrology, and astronomy. In other words, the Sibyls were now preaching against the very source of their own divine authority. Moreover, they were contradicting all of the tenets and ritualistic functions of African and Chaldean religions, for which neither the Jews nor the Roman Church possessed any ecclesiastical authority, esoteric power, nor favor with the African deities. The Church Fathers did not stop there. In their revisionist fervor to justify the abrupt absence of no future Sibyl prophecies since the death of Christ, these Church Fathers simply placed in the mouth of the Erythraean Sibyl the following proclamation. Why, O Lord, dost thou compel me still to foretell the future, and not rather remove me from this earth, to await the blessed day of thy coming. In other words, it was now time to suppress any further prophetic renderings, for he, Christ, has already come and gone, and it had already been written that he would rise again. It was also time for the church fathers to create a separate and entirely different mythos for their version of this Christ, albeit lifted whole cloth from the Egyptian mythos of Christ. Evangelistic fever in search of the African heathens. 1 century later, with the Roman Church's power assured, the Apostle Paul, armed with their corrupted theology, wasted no time in using the Church's propaganda against the multiracial inhabitants of Asia Minor, Turkey and Greece, Corinth, Thessaly, Samos, and Lydia. However, many of their earlier evangelists had already been duly slaughtered wholesale by the people, who knew the true history of their own gods. They also knew the Roman Church's prophetic books to be corrupted forgeries of the original Sibyls, whose priestesshood, though suppressed, was still strong in the remote villages. The Africans and others rejected wholesale the naive notion they were virgin birth, an only begotten son, and an actual resurrection of the flesh. Recognizing these as allegorical references to their traditional sacrificial ceremonies of the sacred kings. A deliberate, well organized campaign began to discredit, to persecute, and to suppress any future utterances and divine powers or reactionary efforts on the part of the Sibyls and African priests who would not submit to the new church's doctrines. The church, in their convoluted attempt to have it both ways, monopolized the writings and history of the Sibyls as white, but cursed them in public as witches and demons. Enslaved, persecuted priestess in Rome. Figure 18. Enslaved and persecuted Afro-Roman priestess, the fall of the Black matriarchal sacerdotal power. Around the world is a history that has never been told. Frightened Afro-Roman woman being sold into slavery against her will. And the utmost humiliation, her price and life history hangs around her neck. Western historical revisionists and Hollywood have done a superb job in convincing the world that Black Africa's predominance never existed outside of continental Africa. They have alleged that most Africans allowed in camera have always been slaves or servants to a white Roman aristocracy. However, just as ancient Greek history tells us that a Black matriarchal presence first existed before the Dorian Greek arrival, the same holds true for Rome. Africans, Black Buddhist Umbrians, and Black Etruscans erected civilizations in what is now Italy, thousands of years before the Anglo-Romans arrived. What is now called the seat of the Vatican in Italy was originally the sacerdotal seat of the ancient Black Sibyls. It was their thrones and sacerdotal power and prophecies that were stolen from them, and their religions labeled as pagan heathen under a racialist Roman church. It was this African traditional religious group, and not the so called Christians who were the actual ones persecuted and finally enslaved, as the above African woman who was probably a priestess. African sacerdotal authority and totemic traditions undermined and demonized under Euro Christendom. Figure 19. Witch, consorting black familiar. Europe, 1621. British Museum. It is no secret that the so-called Eleusinian mysteries of Athens, the Pythagorean mystery schools, and many other esoteric African spiritual paths that spread throughout Europe were the cultural celebrations of Mami, as Demeter, Cybele, and Ceres. During the European witch trials of the 15th to 17th century, the Roman Imperial Church, keenly aware of this, associated evil and demonology directly with the serpent worshipping Sibs of these African traditions. It was their votaries and the Sibyls that were the first to be persecuted as witches, though the early church fathers unashamedly consulted the Pythias Sibyls for prophetic insight and military and strategic direction when it was convenient for them. Once they were done, they wasted no time in blaming them and their totems as the center of spiritual corruption, social and moral decay, sexual promiscuity, and evil in Europe. In the scene above, the black grotesque creature is representing probably a Sibyl priestess, with the ears of a bat, and the legs of a goat, and the tail of a donkey or dog, and the feet of a horse. The majority of the animals are the ancestral totemic manifestations of the clans that these Sibs descend, disparaging terms such as black magic, black arts, necromancy, from negromancy, were all euphemisms for any spiritual practices associated with Africa in general, and the Sibs and their votaries in particular. For example, the Cumean Sibyl, Hierophile, once worshipped and hailed by the Romans as a divine goddess, is now rewarded with a place in the Old Testament as the Bat Lady or the Witch of Endor, Samuel 1:28. The Divine Mother, now masculinized as Father, was angered by his chasing the Sibyls, Pythoness, out of the city. The spirits refused to answer him by his own oracles, nor by dreams, nor by the Urim, Hebrew divination of throwing the knuckle bones of a ram as dice, nor by their Hebrew prophets. The church papals were not finished because they now attributed all divine, prophetic, and healing powers only to Christ. Hierophile being emblematical of the entire African religious tradition was now demonized. In exposing the hypocrisy and sentiment of the church, he sums it up in the following terms. The first and most illustrious of witches' ancestor, mother, model, prototype, and flawless exemplar of all medieval witches, that venerable Pythoness, the Witch of Endor, was a necromancer. Her special mastership lay in enforcing the appearance of the dead. We see in the fact that she had no difficulty in making the prophet Samuel come out of his tomb. Power or no, he could not escape the dark power of that diabolical woman. Day of Doom. Final prophecy for Rome. In the end, none of Rome's heroic efforts could stave off the inevitable fate of its impending destruction. In a desperate attempt to prevent the inevitable, the papal imperials searched desperately for the unfulfilled prophecies of the Sibyls concerning Rome's final fate, scrambling aimlessly through the Sibylline oracles, which had by now undergone a total masculinization and Christianization of God. They tripped and stumbled upon a few verses revealing that the die had already been cast. The divine African mother, who now delighted in prophesying their destruction, in her final words, had only this to say: Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife of her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred and being the enemy of righteousness. It destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved. O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be raised to the ground, and thee shall fire destruction utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations. And then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. The final fall and dispersion. In the years following, specifically between 150 and 475 CE, Rome's population had increased, burdened by heavy bureaucracy, and their patricians becoming lazy, their bellies filled with the spoils of their colonial wealth. Its citizens were further weakened by their numerous civil wars and devastating plagues. Rome was prime for the barbarian Germanic invasions, Huns, Gauls from the north, to which they eventually succumbed. The official cause of the young empire's collapse was just simply an overburdened bureaucracy, moral decay, and political corruption. However, beneath the substratum lies the story of the Sibyls, the African gods, and the destiny of a forgotten people. What became of the Sibyls? In a final effort to blot out all traces of the ancient African matriarchs and later the patriarchs' undeniable presence and influence in the ancient world, one of the most egregious historical lies and continued unchallenged by present day Western historians is their unproved claim that all of the descendants of the ancient Black, Egyptians, Phrygians, Pelagians, Phoenicians, Canaanites, and Syrians, including their culture, religion, and their languages, are now completely extinct. Western historians erroneously assert that these major African clans left no remote traces of themselves, neither in Africa nor anywhere else in the world. These holy papal fathers further designated the above ethnic classifications to the present day occupants of Egypt, Greece, Turkey, and Syria, respectively, misleading the entire world to believe that they are the actual descendants of the original indigenous African and Afro-Elamite groups whose powerful empires once ruled the ancient world. One might well conjecture that the Africans, from all indications, during their persecution in Rome, may have already begun their sporadic migration south, westerly back into Africa, decades before the final fall of Rome. However, what is certain is that as soon as they returned, they began empire building in West Africa, albeit employing the current oppressive patriarchal model so often mistaken by cultural anthropologists as Africa's original indigenous culture. Many Africans until today have no inkling that all of Africa was once ruled by their beloved matriarchs. The Roman Church and its imperialistic designs plotted to control all of the African continent. This hostile climate, aided by the church's financial backing, helped to create an atmosphere for chattel slavery and the ultimate colonization of all of Africa in the New World. Though they were not alone in their determination to wipe out all traces of Africa's political religions, one of the first orders of the Christian missionaries commissioned by the Church was the complete and absolute destruction of Africa's temples, deities, and shrines, as well as the total discrediting of Africa's priesthoods and knowledgeable elders, and the systematic removal of all African women from their sacerdotal roles. Further, the perpetual povertization of Africa created the perfect climate to impose an inferior and fictitious brand of Christianity, such as what exists today throughout the continent. African and diaspora families often bitterly divided between those who honor the old gods and customs established by their ancient mothers and fathers, and those who worship the colonial religion of Christianity, introduced by the emissaries of the papal authorities. The church's persecution did not stop there. Centuries later, backed by the church's blessings and money, millions of Africans were unwillingly transported across the great oceans and enslaved to lay the economic and cultural foundation of the New Rome in the Americas. An untold number of Africans in the New World are the blood descendants of those ancient serpent worshipping matrilineal descendants, long ago scattered throughout all four corners of the world during the transatlantic voyages. In the New World, the demonization of both the African presence and their religions still continues unabated. Today, few continental Africans or those in the diaspora hardly make the historic connection between the current state of African women and their ancient religions, both having been relegated to an inferior status and a low economic and cultural priority by its fiercely patriarchal governments. Not to mention that only one country in all of Africa, Benin, actually recognizes the ancient religion Vodun, established first by their ancient mothers, as its country's national religion. The Dagon, Iwe, Akan, Mosi, Mendes, and other African clans who trace their ancient ancestral roots back to ancient Nubia, Egypt, Ethiopia, and other ancient locations still possess the knowledge of the sacred rites, of which the Church has never been successful at completely eradicating. In West Africa, the priestesses of the Sibyls, now known as Mami, Mami Isis, Mami Isis, priestess of Isis, and those of the Amengazis, calling the dead, still continue unabated within their serpent-worshipping Sibs of the Yeve Vodun and elsewhere. Unfulfilled prophecy in the West. According to St. Augustine, it was Rome to whom the Sibyls referred as the true whore of Babylon. In one final prophecy, believed yet to be fulfilled, the Sibyls declare, "A great mischief shall befall Europe from the breed of Saturn, and the offspring of a spurious servant. And they shall conquer strong Babylon, and win all the countries which the sun shines on. She has been called queen. She shall be destroyed by extraordinary ruin, and shall not give laws to her wandering posterity." Offspring. Considering today's political climate, one could speculate much from this and not render too far off target. However, what is most important here for the African diaspora, as the benefactor of the divine seed of their gods and ancestors, is that whatever belies the fate of the world, in spite of how Western biblical prophecy has been perverted and corrupted to disguise or exclude African people and others, It is important for them to reconnect back with their own divine self with the utmost expediency. By removing the antiquated shackles of mental slavery, the accompanying psychological fear and ignorance, only then will they begin the important work of restoring the dignity and the respect for their African spirits and ancestors that are cosmo and biogenetically linked to them. Accomplishing this could prove not only beneficial to the world at large, but also might be the greatest cultural, political, and spiritual triumph of all time. Sibyl of Cumea, and every land shall be filled up with thee, African, and every sea, and every one shall be offended with thy customs. Sibyl of Cumea. Images of ancient Sibyls. Black Chaldeans, world's first master astronomers. I admit with great difficulty the theory of all early astronomical knowledge of the Chaldees having been acquired or invented by this race, and that the Chaldees were originally Negroes. But this prejudice wears away when I go to the precursors of the Brahmins, the Buddhist, and when I reflect upon the skill in the fine arts which they must have possessed when they executed the beautiful and most ancient sculptures in the museums of the India House, and the knowledge of astronomy strewn in her cycles of stones. Higgins, Anacalypsis, Volume 2. Figure 20. Black Chaldean Priest. Above is an astronomical chart reflecting the microcosm and celestial worlds. The Black Egyptian pyramid, surrounded by the holy nimbus, halo, at the top is actually based on an ancient cone, pillar, womb, Omphai, one of the primeval symbols of Isis and Black Diana. One of the above names, Epiphania, describes one of the oldest settlements of the Black matriarchal Chaldean and Canaanite clans in ancient Syria. Originally named Iron Neandos by them, they had occupied it since prehistoric times, including during the Haiti Empire, which they founded. In the 9th century, they were invaded by the Assyrians, and many fled to Asia Minor, now Turkey, and founded a settlement bearing the same name, located near the ancient Ethiopian Mitanni Empire. The name Epiphania was later given to the province by Seleucid, one of Alexander the Great's chief generals, who defeated the Assyrians and became king of the region after Alexander's death in 2023 BCE. Epiphania also appears to be a corruption of epiphany, an ancient word later borrowed by the Christians, but originally meant to describe the ceremonial night vigils held by the masses to witness the literal spirit manifestation of the Black goddesses and gods, especially Isis, Osiris, Ceres, and Black Diana. An African divine history, hidden and obscured in time. During ancient times, it was the Chaldean priest who manifested materially and mystically the desires of the African gods. They came originally out of ancient Egypt, Nubia, Ethiopia, Syria, Persia, and made their way into Ionia, Asia Minor, and India. Initiated into the mysteries of Mami and the Dionysus, Bacchus, Osiris orders. These African men were master astronomers, astrologers, prophets, alchemists, magi, and masons, architectural engineers. Just as the Sibyls, these priests were the early inventors and masters of nearly all forms of divination, including augury, messenger by birds, and ventriloquism, tarot cards, bones, dice, etc. These master priests prepared the solar calendars and were the interpreters of dreams and visions in the royal court of kings. The Ethiopian prophet Abram, who was neither Arab or Jew, was head of the Chaldean order of diviners, just as his father, who made his living constructing votive images of Kore, Black Diana, once was. The Chaldean priest, meaning moon mother, honored the divine African mother and worked together with the Sibyls in establishing the ancestral shrines, Omfe, throughout the ancient world. Most of the original architectural designs of Mycenae, Ionia, and Aegean islands attributed to the Greeks was actually built by these priests and the Chaldai, Black Amazons. Once these temples were destroyed, the Greeks and later the Romans simply rebuilt them, copying the same architectural designs but anglicizing the sacred images of the gods and goddesses. As master mathematicians, the Chaldeans were the primary forecasters and validators of astronomical events and divine cycles relating to prophecy as foretold by the Sibyls. In ancient Egypt, their most oldest predecessors were known as the Ketui, Iwe, Ketas, or stone builders, who were later called the Morions by the European bards because they were jet black, like the smoked quartz which bears the same name. However, the name is also a term used for calculating and predicting the motions of spaceships and other heavenly bodies, because the European bards, minstrel poets, who would often buffoon them in blackface, also knew them and the Amazons to be the actual builders of the ancient Buddhist megastructures known as Stonehenge. It was believed to have been an observatory location for monitoring certain celestial events. During those times, as the above Roman chart indicates, it was common knowledge that the ancient Chaldean priests were originally African, as initiates of the goddesses of fate and destiny, equal to their contemporary Gabadu in the Mami Vodun Afa system of divination. It was through their permission, upon entering into their mysteries, that the ancient Chaldean diviners received their divinary and magical powers. Ancient Akkadians, Akans of Babylon. Figure 21. A forester's recreation based on archaeological evidence of ceremonial sacrifices at the king's grave in ancient Babylon. Black Akkadians, Akkad, meaning serpent worshippers, covered in sacred white, kaolin, the color of death or spirit. It is from these ancient groups that the Chaldean Sibyl descends. It is also from these groups where the main manufacturing of the sacred, heavily ornamented veil draped across the holy images of Isis and the Black Diana of Ephesus were constructed. British Museum, 1928. Sibyl, Queen Mothers in Ancient History. Figure 21. Sibyl, Queen Mother, triple-crowned as Black Diana. She was worshipped as triple-headed Janus in Rome. The double-coiled scarf representing the two serpents of Mami. Figure 23. Sibyl Prophetess on Moore's coat of arms. No military leader would conduct tactical operations without first consulting a Sibyl and making the necessary propitiations to Mami and the ancestors. Long before the use of European saints, images of Mami or a Sibyl was worn on coat of arms or hung outside of businesses for protection and good luck. Figure 24. Sibyl Queen on Moor coat of arms, wearing six-pointed crown of Mami Tenet. All African queens were Sibyls, but not all Sibyls were queens or prophetesses. The Vatican's hidden history unveiled. Chaldean Sibyl on Sistine Chapel. Figure 25. Enlargement of Black Chaldean Persian Sibyl prophetess, Sambeth, holding her book of prophecy. Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 26. Below Michelangelo's Fantasy of Black, Chaldean Persian Sibyl prophetess Sambeth, assigned a meager place in corner, while the white female image is assumed to be her. The systematic misrepresentation of Black goddesses and heroes as white was a gradual and subtle process until Europe's supremacy was assured. Then all Black images were reproduced as white or reclassified as slaves, or their images and history destroyed entirely. Painted on Sistine Chapel, Rome. Libyan Sibyl on Sistine Chapel. Figure 27. Enlargement of Black Libyan Sibyl, prophetess Bibiza, which perhaps another Sibyl is draped in a white African wrap. Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 28. Below, Michelangelo's Fantasy of Black Libyan Sibyl prophetess, Bibiza, assigned a meager place in corner, while the white female image holding Bibiza's book of prophecies is assumed to be her. Delphi Sibyl on Sistine Chapel. Figure 29. Enlargement of Delphic Sibyl, prophetess, Themis from below, Sistine Chapel, Rome. Figure 30. Michelangelo's fantasy and outright misrepresentation of the Delphic Sibyl prophetess Themis as a white woman, Conversely, he has assigned a meager place in the back to the authentic black dove. Romanticized Sibyl on Pope's tomb. Figure 31. Roman model posing as Ethiopian Phrygian Sibyl on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, Rome 1524 and 1529. Above, Roman model posing as Black Ethiopian Phrygian Sibyl on the tomb of Pope Hadrian IV, 117 to 138 CE. Claimed to be the last of the non-Italian popes before John Paul II. It was Hadrian, a Black Phrygian from Thrace, now northeast Greece, who set the literary, cultural, and religious style of Rome during that time period. It was considered fashionable for popes, emperors, patricians, and dignitaries to claim an African divine maternal lineage from the serpent spirit, and the Phrygian Sibyl Phrygia exemplified this. It was even believed that Hadrian, Augustus, and all 12 Caesars adopted their names and calculated their reigns based upon the Sibyl's prophecies. They believed the Neros would be the period in which the Messiah would come. So committed was Pope Hadrian that, as emperor, he sent for a tutelary African ancestral serpent to be ceremoniously placed in the temple of Jupiter. Hadrian later wrote to a friend, "Those who worship Serapis, oracular ancestral serpent, are also Christians. Even those who style themselves the bishops of Christ are devoted to Serapis." It was especially during Hadrian's reign that the divine Serapis was worshipped, sitting in full implements and regalia, on his throne with Isis standing next to him, holding her sacred sistrum in one hand and a sheaf of wheat in the other. Beneath them read the inscription, "Immaculate is Our Lady Isis," which of course was later attributed to the new image of her, made over as white, Virgin Mary. Though modern Western history has tried to conceal or deny an African world predominance in ancient Greece and Rome, the trail of African deities and their specific and unique bioancestral characteristics reveal another story. African and Afro-Phrygian, Afro-Judaic, Ophites, Ophis, Cushite, Afro-Pelasgian, Afro-Byzantium, Afro-Etruscan, Afro-Umbrian, and Afro-Greco religions and culture was already dominant in Italy long before the formation of the Roman Empire. However, white models became common practice under Imperial Rome when the Church had fully formulated a European religious and racial identity. During the classical, actually revisionist, era, they began to commission artists to replace the Sibyls, the Black Madonnas, and other African goddesses, thus implying a European antiquity that simply did not exist. It is these deliberate misrepresentations that have been passed down to the world today as world history. Santa Maria dell'Anima, Baldestar Peruzzi, 1524 and 1529. Romanized Sibyl priestess, Figure 32. Roman model posing as Black Pythian priestess on tomb of Pope Sixtus IV, 1444 to 1484. She is included as one of 7 divine virtues. Bronze made by Antonio and Piero Paolao between 1484 and 1493. Rome. Sibyl in West German Bishop's Palace. Figure 33. Nubian Sibyl priestess resting on camel, painted on mural in Prince Bishop's Palace, built around 1720 to 1744 in Würzburg, Germany. During ancient times, it was customary to parade the black goddesses in chariots, driven by mules, bulls, or oxen, or to display them riding atop the back of mules, camels, and donkeys. Paintings of the Sibyls in the Christian churches was considered critical in order to add an air of divine legitimacy to the bishop's authority. Many tourists who view these images today have little or very scant knowledge of their original historic meaning. Mami Vivian Hunter Hindrew, 1992. Daphne tree, ancestral holy herb of the Sibyls. Monastery of a Sibyl at Daphne, sacred to Sun. Once a sacred temple, it was destroyed in the 6th century and it became a church dedicated to the Virgin. Figure 34. Above, named after a location in ancient Egypt, the Tafni, or Daphne tree, meaning sacred to the sun, was later known as the bay laurel. It was holy to Mami and represented her son consort. It was chewed by her initiated priestesses, especially the Sibyls. The Cumaean Sibyl in Rome was said to have written her 9 books of prophecy on bay laurel leaves and placed them in front of her shrine for the spirits to scatter them into the order of prediction. As with most consecrated shrines in Africa, this temple is probably where all initiations, healings, divinations, rites of passage, ancestral ceremonies, and other African rituals took place. Most of the ancient temples to the African goddesses were seized, desecrated, pillaged, and its structure converted into Christian churches, along with its customs and rituals, incorporated into Christian rites. Sibyls, representing the 4 seasons in ancient Rome. Figure 35. Above, a Romanized version of the 4 Sibyls, representing the 4 seasons, situated above the high altar in a place of honor at the Imperial Palace in Ostia. Ostia is a Western Roman city situated at the opening of the Tiber River. It is where several temples and mystery schools to Isis can be found buried. On the other side of the ark are figures of Augustus and the Tiburtine Sibyl. During Christmas, exhibitions of wooden figures are displayed depicting the Sibyl pointing out to Augustus the Black Virgin and the Bambino, Black Madonna and Child, who appeared in the sky in a halo of light. These wooden images would occupy the front row for all to admire. They have since been hidden and eventually sold by a Prince Alexander Torlonia Lancini, and are now replaced with a white Mary and Child. It is suggested that current church papal authorities use the story told by Augustus as the basis for determining the authenticity of popular claims of visitations by Mary. Though they have succeeded in removing her and the Sibyl's black images from the world's cathedrals, they remain very much aware of their true African pagan heritage. European motifs of Sibyl priestesses. Above, examples of motif plates representing the Black Mami goddess, Diana. For centuries, European women graced their clothes and vanity furniture with these African images as the symbol of wisdom and sensuality. European motif of Sibyl prophetess. Christian motif of Saint Michael murdering a black Sibyl prophetess. Sibyl doll, buried in Rome, figure 36. Black doll found in pagan grave, Rome, CE 193 to 211. Above, black oak wood doll, found buried with a young girl, along with other objects, found in a Roman pagan cemetery. She may have been a young Mami Sibyl priestess. Her name was Criparera Trifina, and she lived during the reign of the Libyan Roman Emperor Septimius Lucius Severus, 193 to 211 AD. No one knows her African name because it was said that she belonged to a family of freemen who were former servants of a noble family named Crepere, her enslaved name. They believed that she was to be married that day because she was found dressed in a white bridal gown, adorned with the jewelry, rubies, and pearls, including 2 gold rings, one engraved with whom they believed to be her husband. Above her head is the bay laurel wreath, worn by Sibyls and sacred to Mami and Apollo. In the sarcophagus, she is found in full bridal attire, her body and face covered in a white linen blanket, surrounded by other fine fabrics. The black doll was also dressed in bridal attire, and in its hand were 2 gold king rings. It was the custom for anyone, but required for initiates, to offer these dolls as a votive offering to Mami on one's wedding day. They said she died of scrofula, a tuberculosis infection of the skin and neck. However, there is no evidence of this. She might simply have been taken by Mami, who might have preferred that she not marry. Black Sibyls, Europeanized and concealed as Christians. Figure 37. Keeping in mind that their prophecies were made more than 3,000 years before Christ, and none of the church fathers had ever met a Sibyl, the attire that these women are adorned is not the traditional dress that the ancient African Sibyls wore. The Sibyls were the chief priestesses of an African divine matriarchal order, completely demonized and forgotten by the church papal and the Levitical Jewish priest, who exploited and desecrated their ancient prophecies. They have been immortalized as European by famous painters across Europe: Castagno, Van Steinel, Cavalier, Matteo da Siena, and Peruzzi. However, the most famous of these paintings are those of Michelangelo at the Sistine Chapel. The first five originally depicted them situated alongside the Christian prophets. Until today, Africans and the world remain unaware of who they are and that they were not European saints, nor were they martyrs of a patriarchal Euro-Western Christian or Judaic doctrine. Cumaean Bat Sibyl, the ancient African tradition of calling up the dead. Figure 38. Bat Sibyl. Above, featured on a Moor's coat of arms, this bat lady is none other than the Cumaean Sibyl or one of her predecessors. They probably acquired the name Bat Sibyl because the totemic symbol of the bat signifies the gentle, unobtrusive, civil, and shrewd character of this path of Sibyls, rather than the stereotypic dark, maleficent nature black priestesses would later acquire. It was also the symbol of one who could call up and speak to the spirits of the dead, such as the ancient tradition of Amengazis and certain Mamiisis in the Mami Wata tradition in West Africa. During ancient times, the Sibyl would take the blood of a sacrificed bull and mixed it with a secret beverage that they drank to induce trance possession. This was simply one of many ways in which possession was achieved. During these ecstatic trance states, the Sibyls would either roll about on the ground in full possession or march back and forth, uttering prophetic prose. In what became infamously known as the eerie voice of a bat, the shrine of the Cumaean Sibyl was located in a volcanic rock depression beside Lake Avernus in Cumae, Rome, and surrounded by oak and the black poplar trees sacred to Mami and the solar sun gods. It was these brackish waters where they would perform ceremonies to bring forth the spirits of the dead. It was one of these type Sibyls from whom the biblical Saul went to in the town of Endor, disguised and begging her to call up the spirit of the priest Samuel, after he had earlier just ordered all mediums and wizards out of the city. Samuel 28, 5 through 9. It is perhaps also from these divine women that the word necromancy, originally negromancy, was initially introduced. It later became exclusively employed to refer to anyone practicing the mystical and magical arts of African and Afro-Elamite people. Racist epithets such as black magic, trickery, wizardry, sorcery, witchcraft, and evil spirits were pejorative labels later employed to describe any African-based religious system. Thus, it is no surprise that during medieval Rome, the Sibyls, not white witches, were the first to be accused of witchcraft and of uttering the voices of demons. They were the first to be burned at the stake, and the Black Chaldean priest literally crucified for heresy and witchcraft. They possessed the spiritual power and ancient mystical knowledge that could expose the fraudulent theology of the church. They were, therefore, the biggest threat to the papacy, who possessed no divine lineage or authority, and thus could never perform the miracles of the Spirit, as did these black clergy. However, today these special priestesses are called Amengazi, and the tradition of their ancient mothers of calling up the spirits of the dead and other divinities is still extant in the Vodun and Mami Wata religions in West Africa and in the diaspora. Sibyl Sorceress. Figure 39. 7 BC. Mosaic entitled Women Consulting Sorceress. The women are wearing masks according to museum description. However, their faces appear to be covered in the African traditional white aliyah, cowlin. The sorceress is clearly a sibyl, depicted in usual Gorgon style, as the old black hag. It is interesting to note that the Old English word for hag is serpent. In Mami Wata Vodun, a queen priestess over 50 is honored, feared, and respected with the title of Akovi. Above, she holds the sacred wine and maize beverage. This beverage was served in a silver chalice and drank to induce transpossession by some Pythian priestesses. Notice also the legendary bay laurel garland on the table, sacred to Mami and eaten before performing divination. Similar rites are still performed in Vodun and other African branches. These kinds of paintings were as much political as they were racist. After the Roman conquest of Pompeii, Rome continued their campaign of discrediting the Black pagan traditions and replacing them with Christianity. However, the Romans were very much pagan and secretly enjoyed and participated in many African religious festivities. Pompeii, Villa of Cicero, Naples, National Archaeological Museum. It was widely rumored that it was actually the Sibyls who invented the alphabet. This was achieved, legend has it, by them writing down the prophetic voices that they heard onto laurel or palm leaves while in a semi-self-induced trance. So widespread was this belief that Roman poet Virgil, 70 to 19 BCE, hailed as one of Rome's greatest poets, immortalized it into poem. Virgil's Ode to the Sibyl of Cumae. Arrived at Cumae, when you view the flood of black Avernus and the sounding wood, the mad and prophetic Sibyl you shall find dark in a cave and on a rock reclined. She sings the fates, and in her frantic fits the notes and name inscribed to leaves commits. What she commits to leaves, in order laid, before the cavern's entrance are displayed. Unmoved they lie, but if a blast of wind without or vapors issue from behind, the leaves are borne aloft in liquid air, and she resumes no more her liquid care, nor gather from the rocks her scattered verse, nor sets in order what the winds disperse. Thus many not succeeding most upbraid the madness of the visionary maid, and with loud curses leave the mystic shade. Aeneid, Book 3. The unholy African mother? The papal wars against Mami Isis and the mystical power of African women. Figure 40. This Sibyl, demonized by the church as Eve, can be found copulating with a serpent on the church arch of O, located in Haute-Garonne, a region of France. Degrading images such as these were displayed at more than 60 churches throughout France and were actually preemptive strikes against their powerful rival African temples of Mami Isis, whom the people were more devoted. The war waged for the destruction of African and African-influenced mystery schools by growing Roman authorities was met with great resistance throughout the world. Toulouse Museum. By the 15 and 1600s, the war on African religious culture and clergy continued to be an important central target of Vatican authorities. Its primary aim was not only to colonize and to pillage Africa, but also to destroy and obscure the direct ethnological, theological, cultural, and linguistic link to their own sacerdotal knowledge, which they knew originated in Africa. The divine serpent deity was central to African matriarchal oracular tradition. It not being indigenous to European culture only served to further perpetuate and to make believable the fantastical lies and myths of bizarre orgies, dark rituals, and African debauchery perpetuated by the Church. Over time, all of Europe began to formulate a white racial identity based upon specific phenotypic outer physical characteristics. One of the indicators of pure Aryan blood was not to possess a lineage of any Taurian, meaning black blood in one's vein. The Taurians in Europe were identified as those serpent worshippers who introduced the Mami Isis tradition into Rome and Ireland. So connected were the Nagas, serpent worshippers, with the colored races that it became almost the exclusive litmus test. So prejudiced were they against them that in 1865, James Ferguson, Esquire, in his research on serpent worship, comments that we have not in Germany, as we find in Greece, any traces of that underlying race of less intellectual Taurians, who seem everywhere to have been the serpent worshippers all over the world. James Ferguson, Esquire, Tree and Serpent Worship, Illusions of Myth and Art in India in the 1st and 4th centuries after Christ, 1868. The European peasantry, by now in utter ignorance, were just recovering from the Dark Ages, a deliberate condition orchestrated by the church papals to render Europe free once and for all of all African and Asian influence. They ordered the pillage and then destruction of all their temples, mystery schools, universities, and libraries. African and other clerics were tried for heresy. Many were crucified, burned, or murdered, catapulting Europe into abysmal darkness for more than 500 years. Now, with the memory slate of new generations of peasants wiped clean, it became convenient for the church to perpetuate its brand of Christianity onto the unsuspecting, ignorant masses. They were even more successful in convincing all of Europe into believing and perpetuating the stories circulated by the inquisitors, explorers, and Jesuits concerning African serpent-centered religious practices, particularly those of the fiercely autonomous African priestesses, whom they referred to as immoral temple prostitutes, condemned so bitterly by the Hebrew biblical patriarchs. In one propagandistic campaign, the following rumor was widely believed and became a popular folk chant. At night the men and women, as well as the Sibyl, turn into horrifying snakes, and whoever wants to enter the cave must first share lascivious pleasures with those revolting serpents. Europe was finally free. Areas where some vestiges of Sibyl or Isis's tradition remained, those worshippers fell prey to ostracism, violence, and ridicule. One major object of their wrath was a Sibyl in Norcia, Italy, who apparently refused to relinquish her divine rights or to submit to papal control. She became the townfolk's quintessential black victim, and often harassed and taunted with the above chant. She was taunted and jeered as a crazed, wretched parasite who held orgies with animals, particularly the serpent. The stereotypic racist Euro model of African spirituality serves not only to justify African and diaspora oppression and underrepresentation in the global and political markets, but more importantly, it serves to obscure the ecclesiastical origins of the papacy and those of the virgin Sibyls. Even today, those African nations who continue to resist conversion will suffer the same fate as Togo, Benin, and Haiti, who dare dignify voodoo as their national religion. Some suspect that this defiant act of ancestral and deific respect may have even cost former president of Haiti, Aristide, his presidency. Blaming the voodoo and all African spiritual traditions as the primary culprit for Africa's and diaspora economic and social woes is an old, worn colonial tactic mastered by the church, supported and reinforced by Western pseudo-rationalist philosophy and racist propaganda. Its primary and ultimate goal is to spiritually disempower Africans by culturally and theologically perverting their religions, and to discourage their mass appeal to outsiders anywhere in the New World. Chief Hunan, Amengazi Priestess, Mama Zogbe. Mama Zogbe, legal name Vivian Hunter Hindru, is a fully initiated Hunan Amengazi, High Priestess of the Amengazi, Ancestral Chamba, West African Vodun, Mami Wata, and Ifa healing traditions. She resides in the United States, where she maintains her ancestral shrines and works full-time as an Amengazi Vodun priestess and godmother. Born from the womb of Mami Wata and the Vodun, Mama Zogbe's spiritual lineage descends directly from both sides of her maternal and paternal great-grandmothers and fathers, who were Mami Wata and Vodun priest, captured and enslaved as hired-out masons and carvers in Louisiana. During slavery and Reconstruction, African descendants were forbidden to practice their ancestral religions. Many were persecuted and murdered. Such was the case in the family of Mama Zogbe, where her great-grandfather, Prince Hunter, was killed in Natchitoches Parish in Louisiana. Family lore recounts that he refused to convert to Christianity, was chased into a barn, and set ablaze. Over time, the Vodun tradition was forced underground, and a deliberate process of mockery and racist malignment began. In American media, religious and educational institutions, creating some of the most perverse, undeserved, and enduring stereotypes of African religions, which has continued unabated until present. After more than 30 years of intense manifestational encounters and personal suffering, Mama Zogbe received her first ceremonies in Togo, West Africa, by Hunan Togbui Master Akuete Dushbak, 1988, and full initiations by Hunan's Togbuis Arita and Daniel Sosa in Togo and the United States, 1996. She completed her final series of ceremonies as Chief Hunan Amengazi in 2003-2005. As a full lineage African-American priestess, Mama Zogbe is the first to initiate many in the diaspora to Mami Wata, Mama Changba, Vodun, and Amengazi tradition. She is a graduate of Chaminade University, Honolulu, Hawaii, 1981, and Augusta State University, Georgia, 1995. She is world-traveled: South America, France, Italy, Czechoslovakia, Germany, Austria, Mexico, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and others. She has been traveling to Togo, West Africa regularly since 1988. Mama Zogbe is also the founder and president of the first nonprofit 501c3 Mami Wata Healing Society of North America, Inc., formerly Oath, Organization of African Traditional Healers, which recently won a long overdue victory with the U.S. Library of Congress in changing the classification of African traditional religions from the historically derisive label of occult Satanism to African spirituality, religion, and African American studies. Her hopes that her 2-volume, well-researched book, Mami Wata, an Ancient African God-Goddess Unveiled, can be used as an instrument to shed much-needed history and accurate knowledge on ancient African traditional religions and their crucial but long-omitted role in laying the theological, ritual, and cultural foundation of the major religions throughout the ancient world. Other educational books by Mama Zogbe: Mami Wata, Africa's Ancient God-Goddess Unveiled, Reclaiming the Ancient Mami Wata Vodun History and Heritage of the Diaspora, Volume 1 and Volume 2,